The flute that once played the divine melody of desolate heaven was now stored in a warehouse, gathering dust. Even if it were tossed onto the street, no one would spare it a second glance. Yet, the moment I laid eyes on it, I decided to play it. This was a world where everyone awakened dragon spirits. Every person, upon turning 18, could pick up an instrument, play a melody, and awaken their unique dragon spirit. The more unique the melody played, the more powerful the awakened dragon spirit. While everyone championed the popular instruments as the mainstream, I unhesitatingly chose the least popular one, the flute. My classmates scoffed, wondering what good melody a broken bamboo flute could produce. Even the principal urged me to choose a different instrument. However, what they didn't know was that I was a music lover who had transmigrated from Earth, with countless captivating melodies etched in my memory. So, the moment I saw the bamboo flute, the image of that man who would reign supreme through all eternity flashed into my mind. In that instant, a long, melodious flute sound filled the air, and the entire plaza fell silent. The melody unique to desolate heaven drifted through space, resonating with the very heavens and earth of this world, stirring the hearts of everyone present. Everyone was captivated by the sudden melody. As the music progressed, an imposing aura, as if from desolate heaven itself, arose, an aura of dominating all eternity and cutting through all barrenness. It felt as if desolate heaven had personally descended, powerful, invincible, and unconquerable. As the melody grew increasingly soaring and passionate, it seemed to recount one legendary tale after another of desolate heaven, stirring profound excitement. Meanwhile, I closed my eyes, fully immersed in the performance. The flute's sound, like desolate heaven's sword, sliced through the sky, evoking an endless sense of tragic heroism. The young men and women below were all deeply moved by the music, a strong urge rising within them to fight alongside desolate heaven and protect this world. Suddenly, the flute's tone shifted, becoming low and solitary, as if desolate heaven stood at the edge of the world, facing endless darkness alone, and an unspeakable sorrow spread throughout. Unbeknownst to me, the flute music slowly faded, but the entire venue remained silent, still immersed in the lingering aftertaste of that lonely emptiness. I slowly opened my eyes. Though I didn't know if I could awaken a dragon spirit, I felt no shame in my heart. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed, and instantly, heaven and earth changed color. A brilliant light erupted in the sky, and a massive dragon's shadow shrouded in golden light, carrying an earth-shattering dragon's might, descended from the dragon spirit steel. That colossal golden dragon shadow was like a supreme Holy Spirit descending from myth, its form winding through the air as if it had encompassed the entire world beneath it. Illuminated by the golden light, this is an SS-class dragon spirit. Someone exclaimed with a trembling voice. Shanghai City hasn't seen an S-class dragon spirit in over 300 years. Senior Chen is amazing, he actually awakened an SS-class dragon spirit. People across the plaza buzzed with conversation, all wide-eyed, gazing at the enormous dragon shadow bathed in golden light. At this moment, golden ripples spread from the dragon's shadow, as the power of the dragon scales awakened. Each of his scales glittered, seemingly carrying endless energy. A youth trembled with excitement, unable to conceal the shock in his heart. Is this the power of an SS-grade dragon spirit? It's just awakened, but this aura alone completely overwhelms my dad's B-grade dragon scale profound fire. I never thought I'd live to witness the birth of an SS-grade dragon spirit. The younger generation is truly formidable, an astonished teacher couldn't help but exclaim. Principal Zhao Yunlong was even more flushed with excitement, his eyes burning as he gazed at the golden dragon scales high in the sky. He had completely underestimated the magnitude of the surprise I brought him. This would undoubtedly boost Yunhai Middle School's ranking by several levels, bringing in more subsidies and resources from above. Most importantly, humanity would gain another top-tier powerhouse for the future. At the same instant, within the clouds unknown to anyone, a middle-aged man in military uniform urgently sent a message. Chen Junlin, repeatedly abandoned by the Lu family in Yanjing, with a clear family background. Awakened a golden light reaching 10,000 zhang, an ultimate SS-grade dragon spirit. Dragon scale species category is currently unknown, but his potential is surely immense. Recruit him with special, unrestricted resources, cultivate him as a priority. Afterwards, the military uniformed man looked at me with full appreciation. An ultimate SS-grade dragon spirit. In the past 1,000 years, only those 10 predecessors on the entire Azure Star have achieved this. The military uniformed man murmured to himself with a sigh of emotion. In most people's perception, golden light signifies the awakening of an SS-grade dragon spirit, regardless of the light's intensity. However, these powerhouses clearly understood that the strength of the golden light actually related to the potential of an SS-grade dragon spirit. 10,000 Zhang of golden light represents an ultimate SS-grade dragon spirit, which also means that this dragon spirit master has a 100% potential to become a god. With such a potential prodigy on humanity's side, they would have a greater chance of victory in the future. And at this moment, as I stood in the center of the awakening platform, the enormous dragon shadow, illuminated by the golden light, resonated with me. I could vaguely feel a powerful, mysterious energy within the dragon spirit. It was a terrifying power capable of making me look down on the world. Success, an SS-grade dragon spirit, I silently recited, my eyes sparkling with excitement. My choice was not wrong. As expected of Desolate Emperor, the exclusive Earth's flame directly allowed me to awaken the highest grade dragon spirit. The next second, the dragon scale seemed to sense my emotions. He slowly lowered his dragon head, his eyes, as brilliant as stars, gazed deeply at me, as if saying, "You are my master." Following this, the dragon spirit let out a long roar, its body began to spin, and the golden dragon scales drew dazzling arcs of light in the air. They intertwined, circled around me, and finally condensed into a golden dragon pearl, which merged into my dantian. Instantly, I felt a powerful force surging wildly through my flesh, blood, and bones, greatly enhancing my vitality, sense of smell, and hearing. The moment the dragon spirit was fully integrated, I finally understood its inherent characteristics. Data slowly surfaced in my mind: primordial sacred dragon, a unique and singular dragon species, with limitless quality and potential. Its innate characteristic is boundary breaking, allowing it to break any limits of the world it inhabits. Exclusive divine ability, self-transformation, all kinds of divine abilities can be used as its own. Dragon spirit skills, cycle treasure art, hand of the heavens, barren sword art. Dragon spirit count, 1. Due to the boundary-breaking innate characteristic, for every minor realm ascended, an additional dragon spirit can be awakened autonomously, and will be 100% endowed with the highest level innate characteristic of the current universe. Dragon Spirit Level 1, Advancement Methods, Hunting, Drinking Milk. When I saw the various attributes of this dragon scale, I was completely astonished, involuntarily holding my breath. I had never anticipated that playing the exclusive divine melody of the Desolate Emperor would awaken a dragon scale with such a significant karmic connection. This karma is quite profound, yet incredibly powerful. If a hand of the heavens were unleashed, what a terrifying commotion it would stir up. Moreover, this boundary-breaking characteristic seems a bit too extraordinary. An additional dragon spirit can be awakened for every minor realm ascended, each endowed with the highest level innate characteristic of the cosmic world. This means that all dragon spirits I awaken in the future will each possess at least mythical level characteristics. Even with my utmost effort to remain calm, a hint of joy couldn't help but appear on my face. As long as I continue to develop, I will surely stand at the pinnacle of this world in the future. What's more, I still remember many classic musical melodies that have never existed in this world. If I were to perform all of them, what even more heaven-defying dragon spirits would I awaken? As I was deep in thought, Principal Zhao Yunlong finally recovered. His face flushed red, he jogged forward excitedly and said, "Student, your performance is truly outstanding, worthy of being called the top prodigy of Jianghai City. May I be so honored as to know the name of this melody?" I pondered for a moment, then nodded with a light chuckle. "Let's call it Desolate Heaven." Zhao Yunlong's eyes flickered with thought, then he suddenly looked up, golden light radiating from his eyes. What a splendid, desolate heaven! It represents the wilderness, the boundless expanse. This name encompasses both endless desolation and a hint of unyielding power, further implying a rise from barrenness and a blossoming in solitude. It perfectly complements the artistic conception of the melody, a perfect match for this name, destined to echo through the ages with this peerless flute song. Zhao Yunlong praised, his eyes shimmering with admiration for my talent. Classmate Jun Lin, your rendition of Desolate Heaven not only brought glory to Yunxi Middle School but also added another brilliant pearl to the treasure trove of human civilization. Hearing this, I smiled slightly and very humbly said, "All of this is inseparable from the nurturing of Yunchi Middle School and the support of you, Principal." According to Yunchi Middle School regulations, as an SS-ranked Dragon Spirit Awakener, in addition to the 5 million Grand Ocean Coins first-place scholarship, you will also receive a special reward. However, the responsible personnel will only issue it after the awakening ceremony. Zhao Yunlong replied with a beaming smile, his face full of cordiality. I smiled and nodded, then stepped down from the awakening platform and returned to the classroom. I closed my eyes, feeling the power within me that came from the primordial holy dragon. With a thought, I summoned the primordial holy dragon from my dantian. A miniature primordial holy dragon, glowing with golden holy light all over, emerged, its dragon eyes twinkling with profound wisdom. But soon, the profundity in the mini primordial holy dragon's eyes disappeared, replaced by a sense of innocence. It gently rubbed against my palm and then let out a childlike dragon roar. As the master of the dragon spirit, I understood what it said: "Master, I'm hungry, I want to drink milk." After speaking, the mini primordial holy dragon extended its small paw and began to tug at the zipper of my shirt, its little head trying to burrow inside. Seeing this action, I was instantly stunned. The scene shifted, and I was sitting on a bench outside a small convenience store, watching the primordial holy dragon guzzle milk, a helpless bitter smile appearing on my face. As a man, I naturally don't have milk, but fortunately, dairy products in modern society are useful. In just a few minutes, the primordial holy dragon had drunk 70 or 80 cans, and it was clearly not yet satisfied. Fortunately, the school would also reward me with 5 million Grand Ocean Coins, otherwise, the remaining funds in my card would probably struggle to satisfy this fellow's appetite for the time being. I sighed inwardly. According to my original body's memories, my mother encountered an interdimensional space invasion during my junior high school years and fell at the hands of extraterrestrial monsters. To avenge my mother, I basically used all of the family's savings and pension to hone my physical body, strengthen my chi and blood roots, and purchase musical instruments to train my rhythm. If it weren't for my excellent academic performance, relying on annual scholarship subsidies, even daily life would probably be a problem. As for my father, a chill ran through my heart at the thought of that ugly face deep in my memories. Let alone old affections or support, he didn't even provide normal child support. What's most hateful is that at my mother's funeral, he even brought his mistress and their son to mock and humiliate me. From then on, I swore in my heart that sooner or later I would storm the Liu family and make those bastards from the Liu family regret and apologize. A sound came, and I saw the ancient sacred dragon shaking an empty bottle in its hand, blinking its eyes at me. I was instantly speechless. In less than 10 minutes, it had drunk a whole 4 boxes of milk. That money was enough for me to live on for a week. However, this money wasn't wasted. I could now clearly feel that the strength of my physical body and vital energy had significantly increased compared to 10 minutes ago. At the same time, streaks of dragon power gradually condensed in my dantian. Dragon power could be used to unleash dragon spirit divine abilities and skills, and the reason for all this was simple: the ancient sacred dragon had an extra way to advance, drinking milk. With enough milk, it could probably become a god-tier dragon spirit master in this world. However, the amount of milk that would be consumed would likely be an unimaginable figure. The realm of dragon spirit masters, from low to high, can be divided into 1-star to 10-star dragon spirit masters, with god-tier dragon spirit masters above them. It is said that they are almost on par with the deities in legends, supreme beings who have transcended their mortal bodies. At this moment, I checked the dragon spirit attributes again: ancient sacred dragon, dragon spirit level 1, hunting progress, 0%, milk drinking progress, 1.3%. The realm of dragon spirit masters and the dragon spirit levels basically correspond integer-wise. For example, dragon spirits from level 1 to 10 correspond to 1-star dragon spirit masters. So, my current realm is a 1-star dragon spirit master. 1.3% progress after drinking 4 boxes of milk is such a tiny amount. This means that to reach a 2-star dragon spirit master, it would require feeding nearly 400 boxes of milk, which would be at least 2 years' worth of living expenses. Fortunately, I am now a dragon spirit master, so I can earn money by entering dungeons, secret realms, or taking various quests. I thought to myself. At the same time, under the eager gaze of the ancient sacred dragon, I directly asked the boss to pick up 2 more boxes of milk. But suddenly, with a crack, I felt the space around me violently twisted as if by some irresistible force. Before I could react, in the next second, my entire being was instantly pulled into a ball of light by a terrifying gravitational force. At the same moment, in Qin Junlin's mind, a cold voice, indifferent yet full of supreme majesty, resounded. You have entered a solo alternate dimension survival arena. Alternate dimension type kill. Alternate dimension level nightmare. Victory rules are as follows. 1. Survive for 3 days in the survival arena to receive a basic reward. However, your homeworld will face an invasion and fusion by the complete alternate dimension survival arena. 2. For each competitor killed, you will receive 1 point. The quality of the final reward will be determined by your point ranking. Furthermore, the universe worlds of the top 3 competitors and points will not suffer an invasion from the complete alternate dimension survival arena. 3. Kill all competitors to receive the unique ultimate reward. Fuck. Before his consciousness plunged into a brief blank, Qin Junlin couldn't help but blurt out an expletive. He never expected that he had just awakened his dragon spirit not long ago, and hadn't even started dungeon training, when he encountered the arrival of an abnormal space, and a nightmare-level difficulty kill-type space at that. Even more outrageous was that it was a solo dungeon, and the garrison responsible for protecting awakened students outside couldn't intervene at all. This. A cataclysmic beginning. What's the difference between this and throwing the 3-year-old Emperor Huangtian into the dark restricted zone at the start? Not good. How could an abnormal space descend at this time? And it's a nightmare-level solo abnormal space. Damn it. This is too much of a coincidence. Just as a crimson stream of light flashed, enveloping Qin Junlin's body and instantly pulling him into the abnormal space. The military-uniformed middle-aged man who had been watching from above the void suddenly changed his expression drastically, his lips even turning pale with shock, and his body trembling slightly. He had already used his peak combat power and fastest reaction speed to try and break the shackles of the abnormal space's entrance and pull Qin Junlin out in time. But it was still too late for rescue. Solo abnormal spaces are too special. Even across the entire Azure planet, they hardly appear once every 100 years. What's more, this was a nightmare-level abnormal space. Nightmare-level abnormal spaces are the most terrifying things, second only to abyssal and purgatory-level abnormal spaces. If it were a team-based abnormal space, with his current strength, protecting Qin Junlin, this human race prodigy, would be more than enough. He could even, after entering a team-based abnormal space, have the opportunity to conquer and refine it, making it a secret realm space exclusively for the trials of future human descendants. But solo abnormal spaces can only be entered by the chosen individual alone. To complete the challenge, outsiders cannot intervene at all. Unless the nightmare-level abnormal space could be forcibly destroyed from the outside, but this was almost impossible, even for him, a 7-star peak dragon spirit master. Damn it! How could it be such a coincidence? The middle-aged man in military uniform had a ferocious look on his face, feeling somewhat frustrated. The descent of a nightmare-level abnormal space near an awakening ceremony was already incredibly rare, let alone a solo nightmare-level abnormal space, which had the lowest probability. The probability of this was no less than throwing a rock from an airplane into the sea, then jumping down and still being able to retrieve it. Just as the middle-aged man in military uniform was fuming, an urgent siren also blared from the campus broadcast of Yunchi Middle School. Suspected nightmare-level abnormal space detected. All teachers and students immediately suspend the awakening ceremony, return to dormitories and await further notice. Remember, do not go outside. Immediately after, accompanied by powerful and immense dragon might, colossal true dragons appeared from all directions, vigilantly watching the crimson void ahead. Damn it! Who exactly did Jianhai City provoke? A nightmare-level otherworld like this, twice in 10 years? And it's a single-person otherworld. I hope the person who entered the otherworld is a high-level dragon spirit master. Otherwise, The entire Zhanghai city is probably in for a major storm? Principal Zhao Yunlong, riding a whirlwind dragon, swore helplessly. He knew very well that once the Chosen One failed in this single-person otherworld, the entire population of Zhanghai City would face a true alien invasion. Just like 1,000 years ago, when the Great Wall and Dragon Veins first appeared and saved the world, humanity had no means of protection whatsoever and was directly exposed to the invading aliens. In fact, the so-called otherworld is essentially an alien invasion. However, after the Great Wall and Dragon Veins appeared 1,000 years ago, Azure Star gained a powerful protective barrier and countermeasures. If the myriad alien races still wished to continue encroaching upon Azure Star, they could only invade and assimilate through Otherworld. And over the past 1,000 years, through constant battles with the invading myriad races, the humans of Azure Star gradually came to understand the reason. Universes possessing life are incredibly rare, and devouring these living universes can rapidly strengthen one's own universe. Thus, living universes are essentially in a hunter-prey relationship. Those weaker living universes, without any countermeasures, are naturally easily divided and assimilated. But if a living universe possesses countermeasures, it signifies a form of cosmic evolution. The universe gives birth to world rules, thus acquiring a rank protection membrane. Aliens can no longer so easily devour it, they must gradually assimilate through Otherworld. Otherworld are extremely dangerous. Based on their threat level, they can be classified as normal, adventure, warrior, king, nightmare, abyss, and purgatory. Based on mode, there are single-person Otherworld, multi-person team Otherworld, and even more bizarre random draw modes. And according to the different Otherworld types, they are further divided into slaughter, quest, exploration, puzzle solving, rule-bending ghost stories, and so on. The types are complex, but without exception, if Azure Star fails to defend against these invading Otherworld, it will suffer a tremendous catastrophe and lose a cosmic territory. Conversely, if Azure Star manages to conquer the heterogeneous space, they can acquire partial cosmic territory from the invaders, along with a vast amount of cosmic resources within that heterogeneous space. They can also completely claim this heterogeneous space for themselves, turning it into something akin to an online game dungeon for cultivating future generations of the human race. There's no doubt about it. The Dragon Spirit Master System, a method of universal advancement, became Azure Star's current world rule, enabling the Azure Star human race to turn the tide from despair and reverse the course of the war. No, I must protect Chen Junlin and send him to Yinjing as soon as possible. Only then can I ensure his growth. With this thought in mind, Principal Zhao Yunlong began searching for Chen Junlin in the campus. But, soon, his entire face turned pale instantly, and an uneasy thought emerged in his mind. How could that be? Not on campus? Could it be that Chen Junlin is the one who got dragged into the heterogeneous space? No. I need to quickly call the higher-ups to send someone. This child is the hope for the future. No matter the cost, he must be rescued. Subsequently, Principal Zhao Yunlong immediately began making calls, contacting the city's high-level officials. Although there were many garrison troops around, relying solely on this strength would make it practically impossible to forcefully break through this nightmare-level heterogeneous space. And at this very moment, while Zhanghai City was in chaos, Chen Junlin had also entered a special space. Ding! You have entered the solo heterogeneous space, survival arena nightmare. As a participant, you will receive a random temporary buff modifier. Ding! You have drawn the buff modifier, Lord of Cremation S. You can randomly acquire one skill or buff modifier from an opponent's body after incinerating or completely pulverizing their corpse. This buff modifier is only effective within the survival arena. This buff modifier seems pretty good luck. Chen Junlin secretly nodded to himself. A buff modifier was an extra bonus obtained after entering a certain heterogeneous space, which could increase the chances of clearing the space. Of course, everyone had such a buff modifier, however, the effect of the modifier depended entirely on random luck. However, before Chen Junlin could think too much, ding! The next moment, Due to your dragon spirit, desolate ancient sacred dragon possessing the limit break talent trait. Lord of Cremation S has unconditionally advanced to Lord of Cremation Eternal. Lord of Cremation Eternal, you can acquire all skills and buff modifiers from an opponent's body after incinerating or completely pulverizing their corpse. Furthermore, this buff modifier will permanently affect you, not limited to any plane. Holy crap! That's outrageous? Upon seeing this exaggerated effect, Chen Junlin couldn't help but gasp in amazement, filled with wonder. I never imagined the ancient holy dragon's limit break talent characteristic would be so incredible. All the restrictions previously imposed on the Lord of Corpses were actually broken directly? This means he will permanently possess the Lord of Corpses buff, and it will remain effective even after leaving the survival arena alternate dimension, working just as well in the real world. Awesome! Truly awesome! Chen Junlin couldn't help but secretly give the ancient holy dragon a thumbs up. With this almost abnormal buff, it means he has a much greater chance of clearing this alternate dimension. Ding! Survival arena, officially begun. Slaughter will be the most enjoyable feast. The alternate dimensions prompt echoed in his ears once more. Just like that. Chen Junlin took a deep breath, not daring to be careless in the slightest, and began to carefully survey his surroundings with his full attention. A dim, lightless sky, an eerie and terrifying environment, and the air filled with a strong smell of blood. He seemed to be in an ancient, large arena, where everything beyond the nearly 100-zhang arena was engulfed by darkness, with only sporadic flickers of fire, like specters. Chen Junlin's heart pounded uncontrollably, and a sense of tension surged like a tide. The arena floor was paved with rough stone slabs, with traces of blood seeping from the cracks, as if narrating past bloody massacres. In the depths of the darkness, a group of figures flickered in and out of view. Clearly, these were his competitors, and the enemies he must defeat. Chen Junlin took a deep breath, trying his best to calm himself down. Although this was his first time experiencing an alternate dimension, he knew well that weakness and cowardice were useless. Only the strong could survive. Roar! Suddenly, accompanied by a deafening roar, a figure swiftly pounced from the darkness, like a tiger released from its cage, bringing with it a bloody gust of wind, heading straight for Chen Junlin. And at this moment, Chen Junlin also clearly saw what this figure looked like. It was a grotesque monster emitting a foul stench, resembling a combination of a rat and a mantis, with cruel eyes gleaming. In this dim environment, the monster's figure appeared especially terrifying, as if it had crawled out from the depths of hell. Whoosh! The strange monster's speed was astonishing, covering several zhang in an instant. Chen Junlin immediately felt a strong killing intent. Terrifying. Too terrifying. He dared not be careless in the slightest, instantly activating the dragon power within him, and with the fastest reaction speed, he directly unleashed his dragon spirit's innate skill, Hand of the Heavens. At the same time, he also had the dragon spirit ancient holy dragon cast another innate skill, Desolate Sword Art. Although he wasn't sure how strong this bizarre monster was, and his own cultivation was only a 1-star dragon spirit master. But, Hand of the Heavens and Desolate Sword Art were supreme ultimate techniques combined. They should surely be enough to handle it, right? Chen Junlin thought cautiously in his heart. No help for it, this was his first time on the battlefield, and he had no idea what he was getting into. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the entire arena seemed to tremble. The next moment, a scene that made even Chen Junlin's jaw drop unfolded before him. Just witnessed. Above the endless, dim firmament, an immensely gigantic golden holy light, like a sky-covering giant hand, descended with boundless pressure, slamming down fiercely towards the strange monster. Crack! In just one encounter, the strange creature was instantly smashed to smithereens. But this was not the end. The terrifying divine tribulation light, as if a great emperor had personally arrived, brutally bombarded the entire arena. The dazzling brilliance seemed to light up the whole world, dispelling all darkness. Crack! Crack! The arena floor began to crack, shatter. Trembling madly, as if an earthquake was about to occur. And Chen Junlin finally noticed the true scene hundreds of feet away, submerged in darkness. Monster! All monsters. Hundreds of them. At the same moment. The desolate void sword art unleashed by the desolate ancient saint dragon transformed into countless sword shadows, each sharp, each taking a life, as if traversing time and space, sweeping towards all the monsters deep within the surrounding darkness. The strange monsters clearly hadn't expected to encounter such a powerful attack. They let out desperate roars, attempting to struggle and flee, but to no avail. The terrifying sword energy, like the scythe of death, reaped all life. Crack! Crack! Sounds of shattering echoed one after another, and the bodies of those monsters disintegrated in mid-air. As the last monster was completely pulverized under the attack of the desolate void sword art, a brief tranquility returned to the arena. An instant kill. A complete and utter instant kill. Even Chen Junlin himself had not anticipated that, as merely a one-star dragon spirit master, the combined power of Hand of the Heavens and desolate void sword art would far exceed his comprehension. That shocking, terrifying scene was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. At this moment, Chen Junlin stood silently amidst a pile of ruins, just quietly looking at the dark gates at the end of the surrounding walls. At the end of those dark gates were various participants of different alien races, battling the same strange monsters. Clearly, the true opponents in this survival arena were not the strange monsters from before, but these alien participants. And at the same time, those alien participants, seeing that someone could actually blast open the isolation gates of the survival arena, all revealed expressions of terror. Wasn't it that you had to defeat one strange creature to be eligible to open a gate and compete with the participant inside the next gate? How could someone open hundreds of gates all at once? What the hell? Which life universe did this freak come from? Stunned. At this moment, the alien powerhouses in the surrounding dark gates were all utterly flabbergasted. They simply couldn't imagine that a participant could be so exaggerated. Even Yi Beichen, the most monstrous genius in all the heavens and myriad realms recorded in the survival arena nightmare-level anomalous space, didn't seem this outrageous, did he? However, that guy was also human, and this guy in front of him was also human. It must be said that the human race is truly strange. The trash ones are genuinely trash, and the abnormal ones are truly ridiculously abnormal. At this moment, as the alien powerhouses observed Chen Junlin was also observing these guys. Through the commotion just now, he also noticed the fluctuations in the aura of these alien powerhouses. They didn't seem as strong as he imagined, and seemingly not much different from him, a one-star dragon spirit master. Didn't they say that nightmare-level anomalous spaces have extremely high difficulty, with brutal and powerful alien creatures inside, and that the chance of survival is almost slim without cultivation above a 3-star dragon spirit master? This conclusion was based on the average survival rate in nightmare-level anomalous spaces encountered by planet Azure over the past 1,000 years. Due to the different types of anomalous spaces, the casualty rates also varied. The highest even saw 7-star dragon spirit masters perish, while the lowest had 1-star dragon spirit masters miraculously survive. The reason for this is probably that, often, planet Azure encountered team-based anomalous spaces. If there were strong leaders, the lower-level dragon spirit masters who survived alongside them would naturally lower the average. But no matter what, from the actual results, one typically needed to possess the cultivation of at least a 3-star dragon spirit master to have a noticeably higher survival rate. But now, in this killing-type nightmare-level anomalous space, these alien powerhouses in front of him don't seem strong either? At the very least, he just casually cast a big spell, and it wiped out hundreds of monsters, and even destroyed all the rooms? Although this was his first time entering an anomalous space, the textbook materials didn't seem to contain any records of this survival arena type of anomalous space. But based on the current situation, combined with the rules for clearing the stage, Chen Junlin could easily guess that those bizarre monsters, similar to a combination of rats and mantises, were just NPC monsters used for initial screening. Participants like him had to be able to kill these bizarre monsters and open the black gates to truly enter the survival arena and fight other alien powerhouses. And if one only intended to survive for 3 days without opening the black gates, that would probably be impossible. Because all the black gates here are two-way interconnected.
Even if you don't actively open them, other alien powerhouses will eventually open them. Undoubtedly.
This survival arena, from beginning to end, never intended for people to truly survive for 3 days.
This is an anomalous space that exists only for slaughter.
Although I don't know why, the strength of the alien powerhouses in this nightmare-level alternate dimension is so weak, which doesn't quite match the difficulty of a nightmare-level alternate dimension recorded on the Blue Star.
However,
Chen Junlin vaguely had a guess in his heart: if he were to fail here and allow this nightmare-level alternate dimension to completely merge with Blue Star, according to the survival rules of this nightmare-level alternate dimension, it would likely cause a desperate and helpless slaughter. Large numbers of Blue Star humans would probably be forced into an arena to kill each other until the last lucky survivor remained. What seemed like a simple dungeon, yet it tied the fate of most people in an entire cosmic world to a single participant.
This, in fact, is the true horror of a nightmare-level alternate dimension. Chen Junlin raised an eyebrow, having already guessed something. However, fortunately, it was still somewhat fair. If a participant like an emperor or similar were pulled into this kind of alternate dimension, what would be the point of the others fighting? But immediately after, a smile involuntarily crept onto Chen Junlin's lips.
Although he was only a recently awakened one-star dragon spirit master, the dragon spirit he awakened by clearing the exclusive BGM of Desolate Emperor Huang Tiandi came with 3 terrifying ultimate moves of the Desolate Emperor.
Hey! The 3-year-old Desolate Emperor was thrown into the dark forbidden zone, borrowing some power from the Desolate Emperor who would later dominate the ages and cut off the future. Didn't seem wrong, did it?
Swoosh! Just as Chen Junlin was deep in thought,
suddenly,
a chilling sensation rose behind him. An unprecedented sense of mortal danger suddenly enveloped his entire being.
Kid, die!
A somewhat strange, cold, and sharp voice rang out, seemingly in an alien language, but Chen Junlin, within this alternate dimension, could understand what the other party meant.
Damn it, a sneak attack!
Chen Junlin's face instantly darkened, cursing himself for being too careless. He had long read in the teaching materials about some alien races that specialized in stealth and ambush, so he should never relax his guard at any moment.
He didn't expect to actually encounter one. No time to think further.
Chen Junlin activated the dragon power within his body, almost with the fastest reaction speed, and brought forth the reincarnation treasure art. This art, unlike the Hand of the Heavens and Desolate Sword art which focused on offense, was an extremely powerful defensive treasure art. Once unleashed, time in the entire world seemed to pause for an instant, and only he could move freely.
The crisis was temporarily averted.
But Chen Junlin dared not be careless in the slightest. Relying on the enhanced physical strength after merging with the dragon spirit, he instantly leaped over 10 meters, creating distance. And seeing someone dare to sneak attack their master, the primordial ancient dragon was also furious beyond measure. It roared skyward, then abruptly spewed out a stream of dragon's breath. However, within this dragon's breath, there were endless sword energies. The terrifying sword energies from the Desolate Sword art.
What is desolation? When the sword art is unleashed, all ages become silent, and all heavens are desolate.
Although, with the ancient desolate dragon's current strength, it couldn't yet achieve such earth-shattering feats. To eradicate an alien being comparable to a one-star dragon spirit master was like crushing an ant.
With a loud bang, the terrifying Desolate Sword Chi fiercely struck the invading alien powerhouse.
That alien powerhouse didn't even have time to react. Its physical body was instantly torn into countless pieces, and it didn't even have time to scream before it completely ceased to move.
One-hit kill. Gasp.
The surrounding alien powerhouses, upon seeing this scene, were all dumbfounded, their faces filled with terror. The Shadow Demon Clan is an eerie race that can hide within the shadows of living beings, known as Masters of Assassination, making them impossible to guard against. Against the Shadow Demon Clan's assassinations, even opponents of equal strength find it difficult to react effectively in the first instance.
However,
this human not only easily dodged but even instantly killed the Shadow Demon Clan participant.
Is this really a multiverse dimension exclusive to beginners? Can a beginner from the human race's universe be this outrageous? Isn't that too overpowered? What's more, That guy's terrifying sword skill, wasn't it just cast before? Doesn't it have a cooldown? Facing the doubts in this group of people's minds,
Chen Junlin naturally didn't know if he did, he would probably give them a kind answer with a benevolent look on his face.
Yes. No cooldown. Really, there isn't. What, do all your skills have cooldowns? Well, skill cooldown limits are also limitations.
Therefore, the ancient desolate dragon's limit break talent characteristic naturally also broke through them.
This is actually quite logical, right? Ding!
You have completely pulverized the Shadow Demon Clan participant's corpse, triggering the buff Lord of Cremation Eternal grade, unconditionally gaining all of the opponent's buffs and skills.
Ding!
You have obtained the Survival Arena's buff, Born Rebellious. All back attack damage you deal to enemies is unconditionally increased by 10 times. However, you will take 10 times more damage from frontal attacks.
This buff is only effective within the Survival Arena. Ding!
Because your dragon spirit, Ancient Desolate Dragon, possesses the limit break talent characteristic.
Buff, Born Rebellious has unconditionally advanced to Born Rebellious Eternal.
Born Rebellious Eternal, all back attack damage you deal to enemies will be unconditionally increased by 10,000 times. Additionally, you will not receive any form of damage from the back, and this buff will be permanently active for you, without restriction to any plane.
Ding!
You have acquired the skill, Shadowsong Dance D rank. For a brief duration, you merge into surrounding shadows, forming a mist. Within the mist, your movement speed and evasion rate are increased, while enemies' attack speed and accuracy are simultaneously reduced. Due to your dragon spirit, Ancient Desolate Dragon, possessing the limit break talent characteristic, Shadowsong Dance D rank unconditionally advances to Shadowsong Dance Eternal. Shadowsong Dance Eternal, you can freely merge into shadows at any time, day or night, like a god of shadows. In the midst of Shadowsong Dance, your movement speed reaches the universe's limit, your evasion rate increases to the limit, and enemies' attack speed and accuracy are greatly reduced. Furthermore, those whose mental strength is not higher than yours cannot inflict any form of hit effect on you.
Ding!
You acquired skill, Silent Blade E rank, making your first attack silent and imperceptible, increasing critical hit rate and critical hit damage, preventing enemies from detecting your attack trajectory, and having a chance to trigger an additional attack of equal damage. Due to your dragon spirit, Ancient Desolate Dragon, possessing the limit break talent characteristic, Silent Blade E rank unconditionally advances to Silent Blade Eternal.
Silent Blade Eternal makes you like a phantom when attacking.
Every swing is silent, your attack trajectory is elusive, enemies cannot predict your actions, 100% triggers critical hit effects, 100% hits the target, and every attack comes with an additional 100% equivalent true damage.
Holy hell? That's insane?
Looking at the buff attributes and skills gained from the Shadow Demon Clan participant, a deep shock flashed in Chen Junlin's eyes, and his heart was filled with joy over this unexpected gain. He never expected that the Ancient Desolate Dragon's talent characteristic, Limit Break, could bring him such heaven-defying benefits. Especially that Born Rebellious buff attribute. It was originally considered an excellent attribute at best, but after Limit Break, its effect was simply beyond exaggerated. All back attacks against enemies can directly increase by 10,000 times.
What kind of outrageous buff effect is that? If combined with Desolate Sword Art and Hand of Heaven, wouldn't he just yell, "Is there anyone else?" Besides that, he can also ignore all attack damage from behind.
This means that from now on, as long as he turns his back to the enemy, he will be immune to all damage.
This, undoubtedly, grants him a truly heaven-defying survival ability.
If he encounters powerful different nation experts like the Shadow Demon Clan who are skilled in assassination again, he will be absolutely invincible. As for the skills, although they are not as outlandish as the attribute buffs, they also bring about a monstrous improvement.
Excellent!
Chen Junlin patted the body of the Ancient Desolate Dragon, his face beaming with an excited smile. As expected of a dragon spirit cultivated with that man's exclusive BGM, truly incredibly strong.
After a moment of pause,
his gaze swept over the surrounding alien creatures, and seeing the expressions of fear and despair on each of their faces, Chen Junlin's smile couldn't help but grow brighter. According to the rules of this survival arena, every participant can draw a buff trait.
With over 300 participants here, it means he can, at minimum, obtain over 300 eternal level buff traits.
Not to mention, these participants will inevitably have several skills attached to them.
Of course. Most importantly,
after slaying the Shadow Demon race participant, he clearly noticed that his realm had improved further. Looking at the experience progress of the archaic sacred dragon, hunting 10-100, drinking milk 100. Total progress 100. Good heavens, killing one Shadow Demon race participant is almost equivalent to saving 2 or 3 months' worth of living expenses.
What if he eliminated all the alien participants? Wouldn't that be earning decades of living expenses for free? Everyone. It seems today is a good day. Excitement gleamed in Chen Junlin's eyes.
He seemed to already see a massive amount of buff traits and skills beckoning to him, just waiting for him to leave this alternate dimension to become a true peerless talent in one fell swoop.
Damn it, is this guy human or dragon? Confound it. Why is he so strong? Don't be afraid.
I refuse to believe such powerful skills come without any limitations. Everyone, let's go together and kill him first.
That's right, let's go together. With so many of us, how can we be afraid of just one person?
A chorus of chattering voices echoed throughout the entire survival arena, as they surprisingly chose to join forces.
There was no other way. The alien participants, though terrified of Chen Junlin and knowing he was invincible, still had to choose to fight to the death. All right. Very good. A slight smile played on Chen Junlin's lips.
Facing a group of united alien powerhouses, he showed no fear. Instead, he felt exceptionally excited. If he killed all these guys, he should at least be able to advance to a 2-star Dragon Spirit Master, right?
Swish. In that instant, unbeknownst to anyone, Chen Junlin's shadow had already merged into every wisp of shadow within the entire survival arena. Then, to everyone's surprise, a terrifying energy erupted in an instant. Ding!
You have completely pulverized the corpse of the Ghostblade clan participant, triggering the buff trait Lord of Corpse Incineration Eternal level, unconditionally gaining all of the opponent's buff traits and skills.
Ding!
You have completely pulverized the corpse of the Beastkin clan participant.
Ding!
You have completely pulverized the corpse of the Thousand-Eyed clan participant.
Ding!
The archaic sacred dragon has advanced to level 10 grand completion. It can further advance after completing the Star Ascension quest.
Ding!
Due to the limit-breaking talent characteristic of the archaic sacred dragon, the Star Ascension quest restriction has been removed. The archaic sacred dragon has advanced to level 11.
Ding!
You have simultaneously advanced to 2-star Dragon Spirit Master.
One after another, notification sounds echoed in Chen Junlin's ears. Until the end.
Congratulations, you have killed all contestants in numbered Area 13, taking 1 minute and 1 second, breaking the fastest record for regional arena competition.
360 points, temporarily ranked first on the scoreboard.
You have received a leading reward, Soul-Devouring Blood Demon Blade. Soul-Devouring Blood Demon Blade, an exclusive artifact for the survival arena, permanently growth-oriented, indestructible, and cannot be taken out of the other world. Effect: for every arena contestant killed, gain a 1% damage bonus and a 1% increase in vitality and spirit strength, until the end of the survival arena.
Ding! Due to your Dragon Spirit Ancient Desolate Sacred Dragon possessing the Limit Break talent characteristic, the Soul-Devouring Blood Demon Blade has broken the exclusive artifact restriction, and its kill bonus effect is no longer limited solely to arena contestants. Oh my!
Upon seeing the abnormal attributes of the Soul-Devouring Blood Demon Blade, Chen Junlin exclaimed in his heart, "Good heavens!" He increasingly felt that the Limit Break talent characteristic seemed even more overpowered than a cheat code.
Ding!
You have killed all competitors in the current Area 13. You may choose to actively proceed to other areas to obtain richer rewards, or wait in place for competitors from other areas to arrive until you survive for 3 days.
Immediately after, a ghostly, eerie black light screen appeared out of thin air in front of Chen Junlin. On the screen, numbers were conspicuously displayed, clearly representing the corresponding arena areas. Seeing this,
Chen Junlin glanced at the ancient desolate sacred dragon beside him, which had grown significantly larger, and simply smiled without speaking.
Was there even a need to hesitate? Just as Chen Junlin entered the otherworld survival arena. At this very moment,
in Jianhai City, outside Yunxi Middle School. After the middle-aged military uniformed man, alongside many local garrison troops, tried and failed to break through this survival arena, he held a specialized communication device and roared furiously, "Did you not eat or something? Get a move on for goodness sake." What? Just a nightmare-level otherworld? What the hell are you doing acting all tough there? Damn it, this nightmare-level otherworld is not simple, it's a type that has never appeared in the history of Azure Star. I can't forcibly break through it alone. Chen Junlin is the most outstanding genius in recent years. He is the future hope of humanity. Even 1 second of delay from you all is an unforgivable sin. Faster. All of you, hurry up. How many people should we send? Damn it, what's wrong with your head? An otherworld comparable to an abyssal purgatory? Of course, send as many as are currently capable of moving. If it really falls and the otherworld completely merges with reality, damn it, it can also reduce a large number of civilian casualties, understand? Faster. 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 After a tirade of curses, the middle-aged military uniformed man turned off his communication device, looked at the crimson void shield in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh wearily. I really don't know if your luck is too good or too bad, kid. To say Chen Junlin has bad luck, he just so happened to awaken an ultimate SSS-ranked dragon spirit that has only appeared 10 times in history, making him a person of unprecedented fortune. To say Chen Junlin has good luck, yet he coincidentally encountered a solo nightmare-level interdimensional space, and it was also a type of interdimensional space that had never appeared in the history of Azure Star, with no known techniques to forcibly breach it from the outside, making the chances of surviving and clearing it almost zero. Under normal circumstances, with his SSS-ranked dragon spirit abilities as the commander-in-chief of the Jiangzhou Special Department, one of the 9 provinces of Great Xia, and his own peak 7-star dragon spirit master cultivation, if it were a nightmare-level interdimensional space that had appeared before and been subdued, and with the support of the nearby garrison, he would have a chance to forcibly break through this nightmare-level interdimensional space. But in fact, this solo nightmare-level interdimensional space that appeared this time far exceeded his expectations, proving to be the most unique nightmare-level interdimensional space he had ever seen. Given this, he could only swallow his pride and choose to call for reinforcements. Yes. When faced with insurmountable difficulties, the simplest way is to call for help. Moreover, to ensure Chen Junlin could be rescued as successfully as possible, and for his daughter Xiaowei's future happiness, the reinforcements he called for this time were not limited to the powerhouses of the Jiangzhou Special Department. They also included powerhouses from the special departments of the other 8 provinces of Great Xia. I don't believe it. With so many people, even a purgatory-level interdimensional space could be taken down. This nightmare-level interdimensional space can't possibly hold out. The middle-aged man in military uniform snorted lightly, lit a cigarette, and then issued the order, "Keep blasting, damn it." Upon hearing this, the group of garrison powerhouses standing beside him dared not even breathe loudly, only able to fully activate their dragon spirits, coordinating with the single, colossal purple dragon, 700 zheng tall, that dominated the field. They continuously attacked that interdimensional space, and waves of terrifying dragon pressure made the heavens and earth tremble as if in resonance. They had never expected that the esteemed commander-in-chief of the Jiangzhou Special Department would appear here. The Special Department, that was the most unique and mysterious department within Great Xia, gathering the top dragon spirit masters of the current era. Not only did they possess special privileges, but they also enjoyed various precious resources for cultivation. And there was only one way to enter the special department under normal circumstances, to rank among the top 10 in the annual national university competition. Another way was through recommendation by a current member of the special department. The recommended individual must have at least an S-rank dragon spirit, but the chances of success were also extremely slim. Above the void, this massive commotion naturally startled many students from Yunchi Middle School.
The biggest one I recognize. That's an SSS-ranked dragon spirit, the purple lightning Hunyuan dragon of the commander-in-chief of the Zhengzhou Special Department. I've only seen it on TV before. Who would have thought that senior brother Chen Junlin would even alarm the commander-in-chief of the Zhengzhou Special Department? And be taken so seriously. However, senior brother Chen Junlin's talent is indeed extraordinary. Most likely, he will be recruited into the special department ahead of time. How enviable. The special department, that's an even better place than Yanjing's top university. I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. But that's only if he can actually come out of the other world alive. You guys need to think, what can a newly awakened dragon spirit master, even with an SSS-ranked dragon spirit, do to get through a nightmare-level otherworld?
Some marveled, some envied, but others were jealous.
At the same instant,
Principal Zhao Yunlong didn't do anything else, not even immediately greeting the director of the Zhengzhou Special Department. Instead, he frantically leveraged every connection he had: superior leaders, classmates, friends, dragon spirits skilled in breaking prohibition, dragon spirits skilled in attack, dragon spirits skilled in spatial abilities.
He pulled in practically everyone he could.
He even, in the end, contacted some mercenary organizations under his authority as principal. It's fair to say that his regard for Chen Junlin couldn't be higher. It was as if he had invested the rest of his life in the young man.
Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts. Who knows how much time had passed? Suddenly, above Yunchi Middle School's campus, rifts began to appear in the sky, shaking the heavens and earth. Immediately after, rumble.
Figures leaped out one after another, their powerful auras seemingly capable of tearing through everything, and instantly descended outside Yunchi Middle School. And the owners of these auras were, without exception, top experts from the 9 prefectures' special department of Daxia, and even some dragon spirit masters renowned in other fields. They were indeed experts from the Daxia 9 prefecture's special department, who, upon receiving the summons from the middle-aged military uniformed man, rushed from all corners of the land at top speed. Behind them followed powerful dragon spirits of various forms, some majestic and imposing, others agile and mysterious. Some soared through the sky with an imposing aura, while others coiled on the ground, radiating awe. But no matter which one, they instilled in the surrounding dragon spirit masters an unprecedented sense of profound shock. And this earth-shattering scene instantly dropped the jaws of everyone around. Holy crap! That's Nightshade, the director of the Qingzhou Special Department. They say his dragon spirit, Shadow Demonic Dragon, is unbeatable in the dark. Look, that's Queen of Ice from the Yenzhou Special Department. When her dragon spirit, Frost Battle Dragon, spreads its wings, 1,000 miles freeze, and snow drifts for 10,000 li. My god, that's Thunder God from Jizhou. Even the mightiest Thunder God came. His dragon spirit, Thunderous Overlord Dragon, can change the heavens and earth with a single roar of fury, bringing lightning and thunder. Look over there, that's Spatial Divine Dragon of Lord of Mountains and Seas from Yuzhou. It possesses the ability to traverse space, and its entire body is crystal clear, like glass. It's simply the most beautiful dragon spirit on Azure Star. Exaggerated. Too exaggerated. I've never seen so many top-tier dragon spirits with my own eyes in my life. My goodness. Is it possible that all the directors of the 9 prefectures' special department have arrived? It's not just the minister of Jiuzhou Special Department. Haven't you noticed those other equally terrifying dragon spirits? I estimate quite a few members of the Jiuzhou Special Department have also arrived. Hiss. This Chen Junlin. Even if he awakened an SSS-ranked dragon spirit, how could he possibly receive such treatment? It has never happened in history. Countless shouts of alarm and gasps of cold air rose and fell. No one expected a nightmare-level alternate dimension to suddenly attract so many powerful figures. One must know that even the nightmare-level alternate dimension encountered in Jianghai City 10 years ago was resolved without the need for the Zhengzhou Special Department Minister to intervene. And this time, the entire Jiuzhou Special Department has been mobilized? All for a 1-star dragon spiritualist, who just awakened his dragon spirit,
trapped in an alternate dimension? This display of power is simply too immense, isn't it? Or rather, this alternate dimension is different from before?
Some also pondered this in secret, as it seemed even the Jiangzhou Special Department Minister and the garrison force were unable to break this alternate dimension.
But, no matter what,
the collective appearance of the Zhozhou Special Department Ministers this time is absolutely unprecedented for the entire Jianhai city.
At this moment,
Principal Zhao Yinlong, who was frantically calling for help, saw such an earth-shattering formation, as well as the continuous stream of giant dragons emerging from the void teleportation channel created by the spatial divine dragon, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently.
This kid. Could he be the son-in-law favored by some special department minister? That's just too damn unbelievable, isn't it?
Compared to him, the people he was calling were simply a joke. Ignoring the shock of the surrounding crowd,
the commander-in-chief of the Jiangzhou Special Department's eyes twitched.
He quickly spat out his cigarette, but his expression grew slightly solemn, and he immediately went to greet them. Because only he knew that to forcibly break this unusual nightmare-level alternate dimension with the fastest and most reliable efficiency, this was necessary. After all, he didn't know how long Chen Junlin could hold on.
Everyone, the situation is urgent. Chen Junlin is trapped in a very special nightmare-level alternate dimension.
We must find a way to rescue him as soon as possible. The special department powerhouses from the other 8 states all nodded, without the slightest dissatisfaction. They deeply understood the importance of an ultimate SSS-ranked dragon spirit. It was a peerless dragon spirit that had only appeared 10 times in the past 1,000 years on Azure Star. Not to mention the entire Zhozhou Special Department mobilizing, if necessary, all the powerhouses of Great Xia could guard him. Among this group of powerhouses, there was an old man with a head full of white hair but extraordinarily sharp eyes. He was Lu Zhanfeng, the commander-in-chief of the Zhozhou Special Department of Great Xia, a spiritual master with an 8-star dragon spirit. He gazed at the crimson void shield, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes, and nodded. Guangtian is right, this alternate dimension is indeed very unusual, comparable to an ordinary purgatory-level alternate dimension. A purgatory-level otherworld, which means another dimension, this already belongs to the highest tier. Its danger level is at least state annihilating level, meaning that if interception fails, it is enough to wipe out an entire large state. He could not understand why a dragon spirit master, who had just awakened his dragon spirit, would encounter such a powerful otherworld. Could it be that the powerful beings from all the myriad races in the heavens calculated that a peerless prodigy had been born in the human race, and therefore spent a great price to specifically target Chen Junlin, wanting to nip him in the bud? Thinking of this speculation, Lu Zhanfeng dared not show the slightest slack and then proposed, let's first try to forcefully break through this otherworld together. If it really doesn't work, then we'll find another way. All right. Everyone nodded, activating the dragon power within their bodies in conjunction with their dragon spirits, preparing to attack the otherworld before them. For a moment, dragon spirits surged above Yunqi Middle School, their momentum like a rainbow. Countless shocked gazes turned towards them. Principal Zhao Yunlong watched this scene with extreme tension, secretly praying for Chen Junlin's safety. Boom! Boom! Nearly 10,000 powerful dragon spirits roared in unison towards the sky, erupting with the most powerful aura fluctuations, as if intending to forcefully destroy this strange. But, just as all the dragon spirits were about to act, suddenly, above the void, all the dragon spirits completely stopped moving and fell to the ground, prostrating themselves and kneeling towards the front. This scene left everyone present stunned. No one understood what had happened. Lu Zhanxiu, the general commander of the Kyushu Special Department, even showed a look of horror in his old eyes. He was an 8-star dragon spirit master, considered a top combatant on the Azure Star, yet his SSS-ranked dragon spirit was actually suppressed and forced to kneel on the ground? This. What great terror could possibly be inside the otherworld? Crack! Boom! Before anyone could think too much, the next second, bang! An earth-shattering roar. Above the sky, a faint golden dragon chi collided with the crimson void barrier, instantly triggering an astonishing energy storm. As everyone watched with bated breath, the crimson void barrier, representing the, began to show cracks and gradually disintegrate. Finally, with a deafening boom, the crimson void barrier completely shattered. Immediately after, an invisible pressure descended, like a god descending from the heavens, causing all the dragon spirits to completely cease movement, prostrate on the ground, utterly unable to move. At the source of that pressure, a figure slowly appeared.
It was Chen Junlin. At this moment,
he stood upon the colossal dragon body of the primordial sacred dragon, clad in crimson gold battle armor, holding a massive blood-red longsword. His entire being exuded an overwhelming killing aura, like a supreme demon god controlling heaven and earth. His eyes were as sharp as blades, faintly filled with a fierce murderous intent, looking down upon the kneeling dragon spirits below. An unparalleled and powerful aura emanated from him, spontaneously inspiring awe in everyone.
At this moment,
Chen Junlin seemed to become the sole master of this otherworld alternate dimension, his appearance sending deep shockwaves through everyone present. Those once mighty and powerful S-rank, SS rank, and even SSS rank dragon spirits, before him, were as minuscule as ants, requiring immense courage just to lift their heads and gaze upon him.
At this moment, 10,000 dragons bowed, the ancient wilderness reigned supreme. Like ruling the world. Silence. A deathly silence.
The once noisy Yunshi Middle School instantly fell silent, with only faint gasps of shock and awe. Everyone watched the scene in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing.
Is that Chen Junlin? How did he become so powerful? Someone gasped aloud.
This aura, it's even more formidable and domineering than those special department ministers.
What in the world has he been through? Chen Junlin? He actually cleared this nightmare-level alternate dimension? And in only half an hour? And some of those dragon spirits are over 1,000 feet tall? See, could he possibly be a 10-star dragon spirit master already? No, impossible. How is this possible?
The commander of the Jiangzhou Special Department couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Chen Junlin above the void. No matter what, he never imagined that Chen Junlin could clear this nightmare-level alternate dimension single-handedly, and with such astonishing speed. Of course, what was even more incredible to him was the sheer size of Chen Junlin's dragon spirit, reaching well over 1,000 feet. This was a level of growth only achievable by a 10-star dragon spirit master's dragon spirit. Dragon spirits on Azure Planet continuously grow as their strength increases. Although some inherent talents and skills might cause dragon spirits of the same realm to have some size discrepancies. However, in most cases, a dragon spirit's size increases by about 100 feet for every major realm a dragon spirit master advances. For instance, an initial dragon spirit size is 100 feet, a 2-star dragon spirit master's dragon spirit is 200 feet, a 3-star dragon spirit master's dragon spirit is 300 feet, and so on.
Undoubtedly, the size of Chen Junlin's dragon spirit before them had far exceeded his comprehension. Across the entire Great Xia, in this current era, dragon spirits that have reached over 1,000 feet can probably be counted on one hand, right? Achieving 10-star dragon spirit master in a single day? Oh, my dear daughter, what kind of heaven-defying prodigy have you set your sights on?
The commander of the Jiangzhou Special Department stared at Chen Junlin dumbfounded. The shock and awe this young man brought him seemed somewhat too outlandish.
Most importantly,
this heaven-defying young man had displayed a terrifying talent, described as unparalleled through the ages, right before everyone's eyes. Due to the massive commotion caused by the collective dispatch of the Kyushu Special Forces, it had already attracted extreme attention from high-level officials, who, fearing any abnormality, were ready to immediately activate a national alert. At the same time, the news that a special nightmare-level anomalous space had appeared in Jianghai City had long since spread across the internet, as it could not be forcibly suppressed.
Therefore, all footage regarding this location was instantly live-streamed and recorded by many media outlets. It can be said that, after today, even if Chen Junlin wanted to keep a low profile, it would probably be impossible. In fact, that was exactly the case.
When the scenes of Chen Junlin, like a dragon god descending, suppressing tens of thousands of dragon spirits to kneel in submission were seen. The internet immediately erupted in an uproar, completely blown away. They were clearly told it was an emergency rescue for a one-star dragon spirit master. But what was the result? Are you kidding us, making us watch someone show off? And that powerful aura, that terrifying pressure. It could be felt even through the screen. And you're telling me this is a newly awakened one-star dragon spirit master? But, with the Kyushu Special Forces dispatched en masse, creating such a huge stir, and even official media personally reporting the news, it couldn't possibly be fake, could it? So, what exactly was the deal with this Chen Junlin? I can't figure it out. Whether it was the director of the Kyushu Special Forces, the high-level officials of Great Xia, the major organizations and factions of Great Xia, the Dragon Spirit Master Guild, or even the netizens watching the livestream, at this moment, no one could figure out why. The aura of this dragon spirit. So powerful. Even more defying than the ultimate SSS-grade dragon spirits of Master and Senior Quang Tianyu 100 years ago. This is definitely not just an ultimate SSS-grade dragon spirit. Because, even Master, who has reached the level of a divine dragon spirit master, his ultimate SSS-grade dragon spirit is far from being able to achieve such a shocking and astounding degree. The chief commander of the Kyushu Special Forces, who was also Lu Zhanxiu, the chief commander of Jingzhou, an 8-star dragon spirit master, and one of the 10 protector dragon generals. At this moment, his old face was also filled with shock. Even with his extensive knowledge and high position, he was thoroughly astonished by the scene before him. Because, the gigantic, 1,000 tall dragon spirit before his eyes seemed to subvert his understanding and overturn all of Great Xia's descriptions and records of dragon spirits. He tried to control his own high-grade SSS-level dragon spirit. However, this weeping blood-mad dragon, which was 889 zhang tall and renowned in Great Xia, couldn't even blink, let alone perform mind communication with him. This was absolutely terrifying. A dragon spirit master's greatest asset is the dragon spirit within their body. Relying on telepathy with the dragon spirit, they can manipulate it as easily as their own limbs. The dragon spirit, plus the dragon spirit master themselves, is equivalent to having double the combat power. When encountering an alien expert of equal cultivation, a dragon spirit master is essentially fighting 2-on-1, giving them a significant advantage. It is precisely because of this that Azure Planet has been able to withstand one alien invasion after another. But now, Chen Junlin's actions forcibly severed the connection between dragon spiritualists and dragon spirits, effectively crippling half of a dragon spiritualist's power. No wonder old Sheen was so insistent on having all of us old-timers from the special forces come to support. The emergence of such a monstrous talent is a heaven-sent blessing for our human race. He is the most likely beacon of hope in 1,000 years to bring about the rise of humanity and overturn all races. How dare we not cherish him? Lu Zhanxiu, as the commander-in-chief of the Kyushu Special Forces, instantly realized Chen Junlin's importance. In fact, in Lu Zhanxiu's view, the myriad races of the heavens likely deduced Chen Junlin's monstrous talent, which is why they unreasonably descended a nightmare-level solo alternate dimension, all to eliminate this hope of humanity. However, it now appears that the plan of the myriad races of the heavens has probably failed. Just as everyone was shocked and bewildered. At this very moment, feeling the gaze of countless eyes around him, Chen Junlin's head was also buzzing. So many people gathered around? What's going on now? And what about those 10,000 dragon spirits, hundreds of feet tall? Why did they all suddenly kneel there? He had just slain the aliens in the last area, finally earning the ultimate reward for the survival arena. And as soon as he came out, he encountered such a grand scene? Those few terrifyingly powerful behemoths. Weren't they the dragon spirits of the minister of the Kyushu Special Forces? And there were even so many reporters? Cameras? Holy crap! Could it be that they knew I was about to clear the nightmare-level alternate dimension and would obtain the Plane Advancement Authority, so they're here to welcome and celebrate me? That makes sense. After all, obtaining that Plane Advancement Authority is practically a savior's merit.
It's perfectly normal to dispatch all members of the Kyushu Special Forces to welcome and escort me.
Whoosh! As soon as the thought arose, Chen Junlin reacted quickly enough, almost immediately putting away the armor and longsword that had devoured a large amount of alien blood and souls. The murderous aura on him finally lessened considerably, no longer as aggressive as before, and a faint, confident smile appeared on his face.
Ahem, looks like everyone already knows.
Chen Junlin of Jianghai, I have not failed my mission, and have cleared the plane advancement trial, obtaining the plane advancement authority. From now on, the entire Azure planet will be qualified to compete on the same stage with the myriad realms of the heavens, no longer just prey passively enduring invasions from all races.
Buzz. After speaking,
Chen Junlin slowly extended his right hand. A crystal, pure and translucent, glowed with mysterious and profound light. It was a gem with a helical pattern, its center seemingly containing an infinite universe, drawing one in with a single glance, impossible to ignore. This crystal was precisely the ultimate reward Chen Junlin received after passing through the survival arena. It symbolized the plane advancement authority, possessing the supreme power capable of advancing an entire cosmic plane. Swoosh! 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 The moment it was taken out, the pure energy fluctuations it contained startled everyone present, who could all feel its heart-pounding power. It was a feeling akin to standing under the starry sky, gazing upwards, filled with a sense of vastness and powerlessness before the infinite stars, desirable yet unattainable.
Boom!
Suddenly, the crystal's light flared, as if stimulated by some supreme rule. Beams of sky-blue light shot out from it, soaring straight into the heavens. The sky-blue beams intertwined in the air, then formed a massive light net that enveloped the entire Azure Star, as if weaving together the fortunes and destinies of all living beings through an intricate cosmic web. It was at this moment that all living beings on the Azure Star felt this powerful yet unique force.
Simultaneously,
all individuals, at the same instant, deep within their souls, received a message in unison. The representative of this cosmic realm's contestants, Chen Junlin, has won first place in the plane advancement trial, the survival arena, and has obtained the plane advancement authority. Effective immediately, all living beings in this cosmic realm, upon awakening their dragon spirit, can use the network of sentient fortunes to gain connection access to the myriad realms and enter the cosmic worlds of the myriad races, competing with them.
Cosmic advancement complete. Universal celebration. All living beings in this cosmic realm receive a doubled enhancement to all physical and spiritual attributes. Contestant representative, Chen Junlin, whose meritorious deeds will last for ages and who acted with great righteousness, additionally receives a tenfold enhancement to physical and spiritual attributes. The plane advancement authority possesses the ability to connect the myriad realms. It can enable Azure Star to establish contact with various cosmic planes, transforming us from passively enduring invasions to actively exploring the unknown. From now on, Azure Star will no longer be like before, merely allowing the myriad races to encroach upon it. Instead, we can reverse their invasion. Chen Junlin's eyes gleamed with excitement. To be honest, he had not expected that this nightmare-level otherworldly dimension he encountered would actually be the plane advancement trial space, the survival arena. This is a pathway within the myriad realms for countless prey universes like Azure Star to gradually transform into awaiting advancement universes, thus gaining permission to descend upon other universes. The so-called prey universes completely a prey of all the heavens and myriad worlds, just like the Azure Star 1,000 years ago. The world has no protection, and its beings have no means of awakening. The myriad races of all heavens can easily descend into reality to slaughter and plunder everything. However, if, during the gradual devour process, some special counter-forces are born within this prey universe, or if its beings awaken countermeasures, it signifies that the beings of this universe have good potential and will be regarded as a universe to be advanced. Such a universe to be advanced will receive the protection of certain rules from the myriad worlds of all heavens, and the myriad races can only invade in the form of alternate dimensions. Overall, the entire system of myriad races across all heavens and myriad worlds is a stark survival of the fittest, where the strong survive and the weak are eliminated. However, a universe to be advanced is, after all, merely a universe to be advanced. It can only passively defend and is not a particularly favorable situation.
It must become an advanced universe to be considered truly powerful, thereby gaining the potential for infinite growth.
To become an advanced universe, apart from the emergence of the first transcendent being in that universe who breaks its shackles, the only remaining method is to pass the Advanced Universe Trial Assessment and obtain the Advanced Universe Authority. Moreover, this Advanced Universe Authority can only be obtained by the first place winner. Each time, a total of 10,000 universes participate concurrently. However, to win first place in the plane advancement trial means you need to possess the means to crush competitors from 10,000 universe worlds. The difficulty and danger are unimaginable. As the participant who obtained the final reward and was the only survivor, Chen Junlin naturally witnessed the methods of those alien powerhouses, especially the alien participants in the final circle. Their methods were undeniably formidable. Without the innate characteristic of the ancient dragon, Chen Junlin truly didn't know how a one-star dragon spiritualist could possibly defeat those well-prepared alien prodigies. After all, for those relatively powerful universes to be advanced, they had long made full preparations for such plane advancement trials, employing special methods and dispatching the top prodigies from their respective universe planes to participate. I originally thought that the Azure Star was still weak and likely didn't know about such a thing as the plane advancement trial. I didn't expect that I had underestimated it too much. Not only do they know about the plane advancement trial, but they can also know the results in advance and send so many people to welcome and celebrate. Chen Junlin secretly lamented in his heart. It seemed that the true foundation of the Azure Star was far from as simple as it appeared on the surface. This is good too. After being connected to the Myriad Heavens network, the Azure Star wouldn't appear too weak. However, what Chen Junlin completely failed to notice was, from the moment he brought out the planar advancement trial until the entire Azure Star plane completed its advancement and connected to the Myriad Worlds network. Throughout this entire process, the gazes of the surrounding crowd towards him became increasingly strange, increasingly bewildered, increasingly shocked, increasingly excited, until they became increasingly awed and worshipful. Oh my God! What exactly did they just experience? This Chen Junlin. Does he even realize what an incredibly massive stir he has caused? What an unbelievable, world-changing achievement for all eternity! At this moment, even Liu Zhanxiu, the chief commander of the Kyushu Special Department and one of the 10 National Protector Generals, couldn't help but tremble and shiver all over, with waves of excitement unknowingly stirring in his old eyes. And Qin Shoujin, the commander of the Jiangzhou Special Department, stared with wide eyes, his jaw dropping to the floor in shock. What the hell is going on? He was just there to join the fun, to check out the awakening ceremony of the brat his daughter often talked about. He merely encountered a special nightmare-level different dimension, and rallied a bunch of people to save this kid. How did it end up? It seems like the heavens themselves are about to change? In short, at this moment, everyone on planet Azure was shocked by Chen Junlin's achievements. The destiny of all beings in this world had been fundamentally changed because of him. He gave planet Azure the chance to rise from this moment forward. To call Chen Junlin a savior would probably not be an exaggeration in the slightest. And Chen Junlin, seeing the astonished and shocked expressions on everyone's faces, felt a little perplexed. Shouldn't they have known long ago? Why were they still so shocked? At this point, Liu Zhanxiu, the commander-in-chief of the 9 Provinces Special Department, finally recovered a bit. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and bowed deeply to Chen Junlin, performing a grand salute. With an excited expression, he said, Chen Junlin, you are the hero of our planet Azure. On behalf of all the people of Great Xia, I salute you. At this moment, even though he was the commander-in-chief of the 9 Provinces Special Department, possessing a transcendent status unimaginable to ordinary people, in front of this young man, he dared not show the slightest arrogance. Not just because of how powerful the other party's dragon spirit was, but also because the credit this young man had accumulated was so immense that it commanded his utmost respect. He could already anticipate the profound and earth-shattering impact on the high-ranking officials of Great Xia, who were undoubtedly following the situation here through live broadcasts.
And the status Chen Junlin would hold in the hearts of countless great Xia citizens from this day forward would be incredibly lofty.
If this were in ancient times, everyone would probably be preparing to bestow a yellow imperial robe upon Chen Junlin, wouldn't they? Seeing this,
the other department heads from the major states, supreme powerhouses like Thor, Nightfall, and King of Ice and Snow, also showed respectful expressions, following Lu Zhanqiu and saluting Chen Junlin.
Not only that,
other members of the 9 provinces special department, and even the local garrison of Jianhai City, all simultaneously saluted Chen Junlin to express their profound respect. Their gazes shone with admiration for the powerful dragon spirit, appreciation for the young talent, and heartfelt reverence for a heavenly prodigy who had made such a significant contribution. They couldn't imagine what method a student who had just awakened his dragon spirit had used, how much hardship he had endured, how much energy he had expended to secure this plane advancement authority for the entire planet Azure, or rather, for the entire Great Xia.
Chen Junlin, you are truly unexpected.
With your merits, the entire Great Xia probably has nothing left to reward you with.
Thor's booming voice echoed in the air.
Advancing a plane universe was something they had never even considered, yet it was achieved by Chen Junlin, a young talent who had just awakened his dragon spirit. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he probably wouldn't have believed it no matter what. Chen Junlin smiled slightly, first leaping down from the ancient holy dragon, then reaching out to help Lu Zhanqiu up, and hurriedly said, "Commander Lu, you're giving me too much praise.
I only did what I should have done. How can I accept such a grand gift?"
Qin Shoujin, the commander of the Jiangzhou Special Department, also came back to his senses. He stepped forward and patted Chen Junlin's shoulder, his gaze somewhat strange, yet he forced a warm smile and said, "Junlin, surely acquiring the authority to advance planes this time was extremely perilous, wasn't it?
Are you injured anywhere?"
"I have a small rejuvenation pill here specifically for healing. No matter how severe external or internal injuries are, it can restore you completely in an instant." After speaking, Qin Shoujin directly took out a jade green pill bottle and handed it to Chen Junlin.
Seeing this,
the other special department directors all subtly changed their expressions. This small rejuvenation pill was incredibly precious, and even strong individuals at their level would treat it as a life-saving trump card. They hadn't expected Qin Shoujin to be so generous. This old geezer, to curry favor with the other party, really went all out. However, upon careful reflection, this Chen Junlin, at such a young age, possessed terrifying strength and had awakened a transcendent, heaven-defying SSS-level dragon spirit, achieving unprecedented glory that would last for ages. Such a person was bound to achieve extraordinary things in the future. If they befriended him now, it meant they would also benefit immensely in the future.
Damn it, that old guy got ahead of them.
Several special department directors smiled bitterly in their hearts, but none dared to neglect him in the slightest. They quickly took out some of their own prized possessions and gifted them to Chen Junlin.
Cough, cough, cough.
"Junlin, I have a piece of cosmic meteorite that I've collected for a long time. It's enough to forge a suitable weapon.
I have a 7th-tier demonic beast's inner core here. This is an ancient flute passed down in my family for thousands of years. It's a pity our family are all unrefined folk. Old Qin mentioned you awakened your dragon spirit with a flute melody. Isn't that quite a coincidence?" One after another, the special department directors vied to present their gifts. This scene utterly stunned the citizens watching the live broadcast. My goodness? This blatant display of human relations, completely uncensored? Not even hidden? That's a special department director, isn't it? Had ha. Isn't this normal? That's the savior. Who doesn't want to get on his good side and make an acquaintance?
Sai, I think I have an ancestral bronze sword at home, but even if I wanted to give it, it seems there's no opportunity.
I worship the Great One. Could you privately message an address so I can introduce you?
Chen Junlin, who had inexplicably received a pile of treasures, was initially a bit bewildered, then smiled and said, "Seniors, you are too kind."
To be honest,
these gifts, to everyone on Azure Star, were precious treasures. However, for Chen Junlin, who had just cleared the survival arena, they were actually not much anymore. No matter how good a so-called miraculous healing elixir was, how could it compare to one of his beneficial perks? Deadwood comes to life. Withered wood revives eternal. You recover 10% of all your stats every second until your body reaches a perfectly healthy state, including spiritual power, true essence, dragon power, vital energy, physical body, mental power, soul, and all other states. Furthermore, whenever you suffer a fatal injury, you will transform into unselectable withered wood, resurrecting 10,000 years later. This buff effectively allows him to maintain his body in a perfect state almost constantly, and even to resurrect from withered wood, achieving immortality in an indirect sense. And at this very moment, Lu Zhanxiu, the chief commander of the Kyushu Special Department, seemed to have received instructions from above through some method. He looked up at Chen Junlin in front of him, a kind and friendly smile appearing on his old face, and asked earnestly, "Good child, the people of Daxia will forever remember the contributions you've made to Daxia. And you will certainly not be treated unfairly. Are you willing to join the Kyushu Special Department? From now on, besides having rights equivalent to a Special Department Director, Daxia will also fully cultivate you, assisting you. You will no longer need to worry about any cultivation resources." Hiss. At these words, whether it was the surrounding crowd or the Daxia citizens watching the live broadcast, everyone gasped, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. It's too exaggerated. A student who just awakened his dragon spirit is directly invited to join the special department, and even enjoys rights equivalent to a director? Isn't this practically appointing him directly as the director of the special department? The Kyushu Special Department, that's the most sacred place in Daxia. A holy land that countless people wouldn't even dare to dream of. And to become a director of the Kyushu Special Department, one would have to go through multiple rounds of selection, strength assessment, character inspection, and other comprehensive aspects. Only then would they be qualified to compete. Since the invasion of myriad races 1,000 years ago, Daxia has never seen a situation like Chen Junlin's, where someone could directly obtain the rights of a Kyushu Special Department director. No one expected that this time, the big figures above in Daxia would make such a decision. However, considering Chen Junlin's contributions and his heaven-defying potential, perhaps this isn't too outrageous? Thinking of this, the eyes of everyone who looked at Chen Junlin again were filled with envy. They envied him, but not with jealousy, because this was what Chen Junlin deserved, and they were simply not qualified to be jealous. Upon hearing Lu Zhanxiu's words, Chen Junlin was startled himself, not expecting the other party to offer him such an exaggerated position directly. This was equivalent to a sword-bearer on Earth, who controlled absolute military and financial power. To think, just a few hours ago, he was seemingly still a student participating in a dragon spirit awakening ceremony. This, no matter how you look at it, it seems a bit too sudden, doesn't it? Moreover, from Lu Zhanxiu's words, it wasn't hard to guess that from now on, whatever he needed, the Great Xia Kingdom would fully provide for him and meet his demands. This is like some of the controversies that appeared on online forums back on Earth. If you were an ordinary person, but invented controllable nuclear fusion technology, and then wanted to get a bachelor's degree after vocational college, and also wanted to marry a certain female celebrity, would that be possible? If it were before obtaining the Plane Advancement Authority, Chen Junlin might really have agreed. After all, having the entire Great Xia Kingdom pave the way for him and assist his growth would undoubtedly be a very tempting offer. However, now, though, Chen Junlin's ambition no longer lay there. Are you kidding? With the various gains he acquired from the survival arena, especially the 10,000 eternal grade buff entries and the eternal grade skills of various alien races, he already understood how his path forward would unfold. The method that could truly make him grow faster was the myriad races of the myriad worlds web. And with the current resources of the entire Great Xia Kingdom, at most they could offer some dungeons and secret realms, but this method's contribution to his advancement as a 3-star Dragon Spirit Master could basically be said to be negligible. Yes. After clearing the survival arena and killing 10,000 alien powerhouses, his current level had already reached 3-star Dragon Spirit Master. As for why his dragon spirit size reached 1,000 zhang, comparable to a 10-star Dragon Spirit Master, it was because the primordial sacred dragon itself was inherently powerful, having long surpassed the so-called SSS grade Dragon Spirit limit. And at his current realm, the resources of the entire Great Xia Kingdom were actually far less helpful to him than the alien beings from the myriad worlds web. From some of the information obtained in the survival arena, other universal lifeforms basically do not rely on their own universe's resources, but rather hunt and plunder resources from other universes. In this survival of the fittest myriad worlds, only plunder and slaughter can bring faster and greater improvement. As for the so-called power of the Special Department Minister? Seems pretty good? But Chen Junlin knew more clearly in his heart that in this world, true absolute power could only be strength. When you possess sufficiently terrifying strength, you naturally possess omnipotent power. Most importantly, if he joined the special department, it would mean he would inevitably be bothered by many trivial matters and would need to expend effort dealing with special department affairs. Chen Junlin certainly didn't want to be constrained by this. Thinking of this, Chen Junlin smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. He bowed deeply, then raised his head and responded to Lu Zhanxiu in a tone full of respect. "Esteemed Lord Lu Zhanxiu, I am deeply grateful for the Great Xia Kingdom and the Special Department's recognition and kindness towards me. This is undoubtedly the highest honor for me. It is my great honor to receive such an invitation. However, since witnessing the power of the contestants from all the myriad worlds during the planar advancement trial, I've already made my plans. With my current state of mind and aspirations, I might not be suitable for the important position of Special Department Minister. I hope to continuously explore my limits on the path ahead, and guard more peace for the Great Xia Nation. Therefore," he paused for a moment. Chen Junlin continued, "Please allow me to serve the Great Xia Nation in another way. I believe that when I am strong enough to freely traverse all the myriad worlds, I will bring even greater glory to the Great Xia Nation. Whenever and wherever, if the Great Xia Nation has need, I will certainly spare no effort." His words revealed an infinite longing for the future and confidence in his own strength. He actually refused the special department's invitation? What a pity. It's understandable, though. Now that the Myriad Worlds network exists, one can travel to the worlds of all races at any time. A prodigy like him is destined not to be confined to a single corner of the world. A low murmur of discussion rose among the crowd. Some expressed regret, while others showed understanding. Upon hearing Chen Junlin's polite refusal, a trace of surprise first flickered in Lu Zhanxiu's eyes, but he quickly nodded and replied with a smile, "Now that the planar advancement is complete, Azure Star will henceforth possess more blessings and opportunities. I naturally understand and respect your choice. Everyone has their own aspirations, and your decision perfectly embodies your independence and resilience. Since you already have plans for the future, I shouldn't insist. However, the gates of the Jiuzhou Special Department will always remain open for you. We look forward to your continued brilliance in the future, adding glory to our human race. On behalf of all the people of Great Xia, I once again thank you for your contribution. Mr. Chen Junlin." Lu Zhanxiu bowed again in gratitude, expressing his heartfelt respect for Chen Junlin. Thus, Chen Junlin politely yet respectfully declined the invitation to join the special department. Subsequently, after another round of conversation and understanding the full story, Chen Junlin couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He hadn't expected that the Great Xia Nation truly had no knowledge of the planar advancement trial. The reason so many people had gathered at Yunqi Middle School was purely due to the big commotion Qin Shoujing had stirred up by calling in people. However, this was also a happy accident. The massive live broadcasts at the scene instantly propelled Chen Junlin to fame and established his reputation. He politely declined the enthusiastic invitations from various influential figures. Chen Junlin then hurried back home. Due to his identity and the deterrent power of the 1,000-jung-tall archaic sacred dragon, although many people gathered in nearby streets, extremely curious about him and wanting to curry favor, no one dared to disturb him. Of course, to prevent trouble, Chen Junlin still cast a skill of avoid race competitor, Sumeru space. Originally, this was just a stealth skill that created a small space, but after being limit broken and enhanced by the archaic sacred dragon, it was equivalent to a true small world. Within this minor world, as long as he doesn't actively reveal himself, it's essentially impossible for anyone outside to find him. He's basically absolutely safe.
Phew!
Finally, I have time to properly delve into the myriad worlds network.
With a thought. Chen Junlin's consciousness directly connected to the myriad worlds network. Ding! Successfully connected to the myriad worlds network. Your attribute panel will upgrade from semi-datafied to fully datafied. You have unlocked the Legion function.
You can form your own legion, invade and descend upon designated cosmic worlds, plundering resources and territories.
You have unlocked the ranked match function.
You can enter the ranked arena, challenge contestants from the myriad worlds, and obtain rich rewards.
You have unlocked the myriad worlds star map.
You can expand the star map further by continuously conquering cosmic worlds and obtain substantial rewards.
Attribute panel datafication successfully upgraded. Swish! In the blink of an eye. Chen Junlin's eyes lit up, as if he saw a magnificent, grand panorama unfold before him, a scroll bearing countless cosmic civilizations, the mechanical race, insectoid race, zombie race, and so on.
A myriad of strange and wondrous racial worlds, astonishing to behold.
At the same moment,
an attribute panel from the Myriad Worlds network also appeared before him, with various stats shining like starlight.
Name, Chen Junlin. Race, human.
Realm level, 3-star Dragon Spirit Master, Cosmic level LV3 determined by the life energy strength of life forms within the cultivation system of different cosmic beings.
Strength, 93,613. Agility, 69,871. Spirit, 36,987. Stamina, 36,871. Charm, 92,369. Talent, Limit Break.
Skill tree, Desolate Sword Art Eternal, Samsara Treasure Art Eternal, Space Shuttle Eternal, Energy Burst Eternal, Telepathy Eternal, Night Stalker Eternal, Undead Skeleton Summon Eternal.
Legion, Unnamed Level 1, Members, 1, Buffs, none. Territory Size, 0, Buffs, none. Conquest Win Rate, 0, Buffs, none. Myriad Worlds Ranked Match Ranking, not yet participated. Myriad Worlds Star Map, Explored Star Systems, %. Total Conquest Points in Current Universe, 0, Buffs, none. Overall Evaluation, a bare-bones cosmic overlord without a legion or territory. Please accelerate the development of your influence and improve yourself. Hiss, is this the Myriad Worlds network?
Looking at these attributes and functions, as well as the various cosmic races on the Myriad Worlds star map, Chen Junlin was deeply shocked. He knew very well that this meant he now possessed the ability to conquer the myriad worlds.
After a moment of pause,
Chen Junlin's gaze was sharp as his finger lightly tapped on the conquest function in the attribute interface. Conquest, as the name suggests, means launching campaigns against other universes. One can choose to directly descend and conquer prey-level universes, or to be advanced universes. Or, if confident enough, one can even launch campaigns against advanced universes. Undoubtedly, campaigning against advanced universes is the most perilous, because such universes represent uncertainty. If one encounters a powerful advanced universe, the outcome can be quite dire. Therefore, prey-level universes and to be advanced universes have undoubtedly become highly sought-after targets. Especially prey-level universe worlds, they are simply the dream destinations for countless universe lords. However, facing so many covetous universe lords, competition is bound to be fierce. If multiple universe lords set their sights on the same prey, it will essentially lead to a bloody battle. Furthermore, different prey universes naturally have varying qualities of resources and potential. If a universe lord wants to seize excellent universal resources, they need to participate in the All Heavens ranking competition. The higher their rank, the more qualified they will be to select superior universal resources. It seems that this All Heavens Myriad Realms network is a naked game of slaughter and competition. To survive, and to avoid being devoured by other cosmic beings, one must continuously improve and constantly slaughter and conquer. Chen Junlin couldn't help but ponder this, a glint flashing in his eyes. However, although such competition and slaughter might seem somewhat cruel, he harbored no naive or benevolent thoughts. If only one could survive, then no matter what, Chen Junlin would ensure his own survival.
Ding!
To activate the conquest function, you need to assemble a legion.
Please name your legion first.
Chen Junlin pondered for a moment, then slowly said, let's call it Junlin Tianxia.
Meaning, the sovereign's reign over all under heaven. Ding! Naming successful.
Your legion's name is Junlin Tianxia.
You have established a legion.
As a plain advancement trial pass-through, you have been granted one free choice of troop type.
Please select one of the following troop types. You may also choose to draw randomly. In an instant,
a stack of troop type entries appeared before Chen Junlin. Angel troops, dire wolf troops, titan troops, mechanical troops, undead troops, demon troops, wraith troops, azura troops, dragon troops.
Dragon troops.
Chen Junlin didn't hesitate in the slightest, directly choosing the dragon troops. He himself was a dragon spirit master, and possessed the limit breaker talent trait.
As long as he continuously upgraded, he could awaken more dragon spirits endlessly in the future.
Essentially, no other racial troop type could be more suitable for him than these dragon troops.
Ding!
You have obtained dragon troops tier 1, with an initial quantity of 1,000. As you are a planar advancement trial completer, the initial number of dragon units is increased to 10,000.
Ding!
Due to the extremely high compatibility between your cultivation system and dragon units, your dragon units have gained an additional bonus buff blessing of the primordial holy dragon, significantly boosting the physical and soul strength of all units.
Important notice, initial units only possess basic abilities.
To acquire more advanced abilities, you need to continuously collect materials to upgrade them.
Ding!
You have summoned 10,000 dragon units tier 1, gaining the exclusive Legion buff Dragon's Scorn A. Dragons are inherently proud and noble, despising all. Therefore, any creature slain by your Legion's units will unconditionally provide you with double rewards, including but not limited to wealth, resources, and experience points.
Oh my! Upon seeing the rank behind Dragon's Scorn, Chen Junlin's eyes immediately lit up. Anything with a rank restriction is exciting, as expected. The next second,
a familiar notification sounded in his ears once again.
Due to your innate talent limit breaker, Dragon's Scorn A has advanced to Dragon's Scorn Eternal.
Dragon's Scorn Eternal, any creature slain by your Legion's units will unconditionally provide you with 10,000 times the rewards, including but not limited to wealth, resources, and experience points.
Powerful.
After seeing the effect of Dragon's Scorn, Chen Junlin couldn't help but smile, giving an inward thumbs up. 10,000 times the rewards, this was enough for him to easily widen the gap between himself and others during his conquests. At the same time, it would allow him to build even more powerful high-tier dragon units faster and more efficiently. Your legion has been assembled. Please choose the cosmic world you wish to conquer. Based on your current competitive ranking, the worlds currently available for conquest are as follows: Steel World, Cloud Mist World, Urban Legend World, Behemoth World, Xenomorph World.
Seeing this,
a cold glint flashed in Chen Junlin's eyes, and without further hesitation, he directly chose the Xenomorph World. He knew this Xenomorph World very well. It was the most aggressive race world that attacked Azure Star 1,000 years ago, and countless humans perished at the hands of its xenomorphic monsters. If Azure Star hadn't entered the advancement pending universe process, gaining a protection phase that gradually led the creatures of that cosmic world to abandon it, Azure Star might no longer exist.
Ding!
Successfully selected the world for conquest. You are about to enter the Xenomorph World with your Legion Monarch over the world, Cosmic ID 010910033393.
Conquest begins.
Unleash your slaughter to your heart's content. As a flash of light shimmered, Chen Junlin felt his vision go black. When he opened his eyes again, he was already at the entrance of the Xenomorph World.
The air here was thick with corrosive acid mist, the surroundings desolate. Alien roars echoed one after another, and a foul stench lingered constantly. It was completely different from the ecosystem of Azure Star. And the moment he appeared,
Chen Junlin noticed that countless powerful alien monsters in this alien world were all converging on him.
Apparently,
as a cosmic world that had already completed its advancement, the monsters of this alien world clearly knew that a conqueror had arrived and were skillfully preparing for battle.
Chen Junlin's gaze sharpened, seeing countless massive alien monsters, a sight as breathtaking as scenes from a sci-fi movie. No! Even more exaggerated than in the movies. He saw.
Right in front of him, a colossal serpentine creature, 1,000 zhong long, was coiling. Its two crimson eyes alone were tens of meters in diameter, and scales shimmered with cold silver light. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs. And beneath the serpentine creature, there were countless smaller snakes, its offspring, covered in slime of various colors, giving off a chilling, hair-raising sensation.
At the same time,
behind Chen Junlin, an alien resembling a colossal wolf-headed, alligator-bodied beast, enough to blot out the sky, had its fur standing on end, its emerald eyes glinting ferociously. Its body muscles were taut, showcasing immense explosive power, and its terrifying size was comparable to a mountain. And in the void not far away, a giant lizard-like alien was clinging to the rocks, its skin dark red, its back covered with sharp spines, and its tail like a massive club. Wherever it swept, cracks instantly tore through the void, clearly a reaper skilled at hiding in the void, making it impossible to guard against. Even more astonishingly, huge man-eating flower alien monsters were hidden in the desolate land. When their petals opened, they spewed out streams of dark green liquid. When these liquids fell to the ground, they instantly transformed into similar man-eating flowers, spreading tens of millions of miles in the blink of an eye. Although their size couldn't compare to the giant monsters before, they were even more terrifying. However, facing these terrifying alien monsters, Chen Junlin showed no fear. Instead, his eyes gleamed with vibrant fighting spirit. This was his first conquest of an alien world. His first time truly standing in an alien world. Compared to the trials in the survival arena before, this undoubtedly made him feel even more excited and stimulated. He slowly drew out the soul-devouring blood demon blade and blood phoenix battle armor he had acquired from the survival arena. After being advanced by his limit break talent trait, one could endlessly stack attack multipliers by killing creatures, and the other could endlessly stack defense multipliers by killing creatures. They were simply the most perfect treasures between heaven and earth. What a ridiculous human invader, you have no idea what kind of world you've chosen to conquer. You dare to come alone to conquer? You truly have a death wish. The serpent-like alien monster let out a sneer, seemingly scoffing with extreme confidence at Chen Junlin, this overconfident human. One must know that their alien universe was not some weak world. At first, having not been engaged in warfare for a long time, they thought some powerful cosmic race was about to attack and invade again, so they prepared for a bloody battle in advance. And this is all it was? A mere human, even if he commanded 10,000 dragon soldiers, dared to wage war against them? Although dragon soldiers were quite powerful, enough to make countless cosmic conquerors envious. This human being able to randomly draw dragon soldiers was indeed extraordinarily lucky. But, just with a mere 10,000 first-tier dragon soldiers? Wasn't this clearly delivering themselves to be slaughtered? Upon hearing this, Chen Junlin just sneered. Anyway, this fellow was already a corpse, so why bother wasting words with him? Roar! The next second, Chen Junlin directly summoned the ancient holy dragon. Instantly, a powerful, heaven-shaking dragon's might immediately permeated the entire alien world. The majesty of the ancient holy dragon instantly made all the alien monsters present feel an unprecedented suffocating pressure. Its colossal dragon body coiled in the air, scales shimmering with golden light under the sun, and a pair of dragon eyes revealed infinite wisdom and power. You ugly creatures, how dare you mock my master? The ancient holy dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, its sound waves crashing like solid objects against the alien monsters, making them wail in pain. Chen Junlin stood on the ancient holy dragon's head, looking down at the panicked alien monsters below, a cold sneer forming in his heart. He slowly raised the soul-devouring blood demon blade, its blade glowing with a crimson light, as if yearning for the coming slaughter. In the past, what kind of harm did you bring to humanity? Today, I, Chen Junlin, shall return the favor. Monarch Overlord Legion, heed my command. Kill! Chen Junlin roared, and a towering killing intent instantly enveloped this alien world. The next instant,
Dragon soldiers, one after another, roared out from the void behind Chen Junlin, charging towards the countless alien creatures below. At the same moment,
Chen Junlin unhesitatingly unleashed various buff skills. Although the dragon soldiers were powerful, they would fall if they sustained fatal damage, and he was unwilling to lose them now.
Ding!
You have cast the buff skill, Power of Heavenly Fire Eternal. You and your teammates' every attack will be accompanied by a heavenly fire attack, dealing 10,000 times your own attack power. You have cast the buff skill, Power of Heavenly Lightning Eternal. You and your teammates' every attack will be accompanied by a heavenly lightning attack, dealing 10,000 times your own attack power. You have cast the buff skill, Blessing of the Ghost God Eternal. You and your teammates will receive the blessing of the Ghost God's power, and during combat, defense will unconditionally increase tenfold 1,000 times.
Roar! Roar!
Even if 1,000 dragons were just first-tier units, under the terrifying eternal grade skill buff, they instantly became incredibly formidable.
Each dragon was no less powerful than a deity. A casual breath of dragonfire would unleash falling heavenly lightning and fire. In just the blink of an eye,
many of the alien monsters below had been lost.
Ding! Dragon Scorn Eternal Effect activated. Experience plus 10,000.
Resource Crushed Bone plus 10,000.
Resource Diamond plus 10,000. Universal Coin plus 10,000. Universal Coin plus 10,000. Universal Coin plus 10,000. Experience plus 10,000.
Resource Man-Eating Flower Stalk plus 10,000. Each kill brought Chen Junlin substantial gains, and he could clearly feel his own strength increasing.
And this tragic scene
instantly stimulated the gigantic snake alien monster. It flicked its long serpentine tongue, and its body, like a black lightning bolt, charged towards Chen Junlin, roaring ferociously.
Serpent Tide Legion, join me in slaying the invaders.
It was at this instant this gigantic snake alien monster realized Chen Junlin's power and dared not be careless anymore, directly summoning its legion.
Alien King Serpent Tide. Cosmic Level, 119.
Legion, Serpent Tide Legion, members, Scorpion Serpent Units Tier 1 over 200 billion, Phantom Serpent Units Tier 2 over 90 billion, Demonic Serpent Units Tier 2 over 60 billion.
Python Swallows Dragon Formation. Rise. Human brat, no matter how strong your dragon units are, there are only 10,000 of them. I will form a peerless killing formation with these billions of serpent units. Even true dragons of the 9 heavens would perish within it.
Serpent Tide hissed with its tongue, cackling ferociously, and lunged directly at Chen Junlin, its terrifying aura seemingly draining the color from heaven and earth. Before it even got close, Chen Junlin felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. And the formation condensed by those billions of serpent units was incredibly perilous, encompassing killing formations, illusion formations, and more. For a moment, it actually managed to resist the dragon's slaughter efficiency. Without a doubt, the level 119 Alien King's strength was not to be underestimated. Coupled with the terrifying number of its legion units, it was enough to make one's scalp tingle, and it also possessed serpent units with different attributes. Although serpent units were far less powerful than dragon units, their unpredictable nature and sheer numbers were a huge advantage, especially in cosmic warfare, where units with greater numbers often held the upper hand. Take, for instance, the Zerg. A single Zerg unit is almost the weakest of all creatures, possessing little combat power. However, with the terrifying boost of sheer numbers, reproduction, and parasitic abilities, once this type of troop advances to a high tier, it becomes a natural disaster level of terrifying existence. While Serpent-type troops may not boast the same massive numbers as Zerg-type troops, they are equally not to be underestimated. Furthermore, Serpent-type troops and Naga, the Alien King, clearly have a very high degree of compatibility, and most likely possess powerful legion buffs. One has to admit, the alien world truly lives up to its reputation as a cosmic world that has already advanced. Its foundation is indeed extraordinary. If it were any other Dragon Spirit Master from Azure Star, even a God-tier Dragon Spirit Master, they would likely struggle to contend with the enemy and would have to hastily retreat and flee, let alone merely a 3-star Dragon Spirit Master. If there truly were any ordinary 3-star dragon spirit master daring enough to venture alone into the alien world with such a grand fanfare, their fate would undoubtedly be extremely tragic. But alas! This alien world encountered Chen Junlin. Chen Junlin is no ordinary 3-star dragon spirit master. With over 10,000 eternal tier buff entries acquired from the survival arena alone, his true strength has reached an incalculable level. Not to mention, his 2 equipment artifacts have also stacked incredibly terrifying attack power and defense for him. It can be said, in this alien world, Chen Junlin is the absolutely invincible overlord. No matter how powerful the troops, no matter how numerous the alien creatures, they will ultimately only serve as his stepping stones. Excellent, simply wonderful. There are quite a lot of troop types. This only makes me more excited. Chen Junlin grins savagely, showing no fear whatsoever. Instead, he gripped the soul-devouring blood demon blade in his hand even tighter. After being enhanced by the limit break talent, this weapon's attribute allows him to unconditionally increase his bonus damage by 1% for every creature killed. If all these alien creatures were eliminated, he truly couldn't imagine what level he could reach. Ding! The primordial holy dragon has leveled up to the grand perfection realm at level 40. It can advance after completing the Star Ascension quest. Ding! Due to the primordial holy dragon's limit break talent characteristic, the Star Ascension quest restriction has been lifted, and the primordial holy dragon has leveled up to level 41. Ding! You have simultaneously advanced to a 4-star dragon spirit master. In just the blink of an eye. Under the frenzied assault of 10,000 dragon troops, Chen Junlin, leveraging the dragon troops' legion buff Dragon's Disdain, and a staggering 10,000 times experience gain, advanced directly to a 4-star dragon spirit master. And after advancing to a 4-star dragon spirit master, his cosmic creature level also rose to LV4, with all his attributes significantly enhanced. Good heavens! I actually advanced so quickly? Indeed, my choice was not wrong. If I had relied on the dungeon and secret realm resources provided by the Great Xiao Nation for cultivation, it would have been impossible to achieve this efficiency. The Myriad Worlds web is essentially an arena with killing as its main purpose. Either conquer other universes, or wait to die. Trying to develop steadily using the resources of one's own universe is almost impossible. Since that's the case, then let this alien universe be the first territory universe for me, Chen Junlin, to conquer. A fanatical glint flashed in Chen Junlin's eyes. At this moment, in his view, this alien world was a paradise. And at this moment, looking at the dense serpentine units, relying on their strange formations and a powerful serpentine unit legion bonus, the dragon unit's attack efficiency had clearly dropped significantly. After all, even if they are ants, if you're facing a whole river's worth of them, even with a flamethrower, it would still take a lot of effort. Not only that. In addition to the vast number of serpentine units, other alien cosmic conquerors also summoned their respective legions. Countless alien creatures and troops stretched almost as far as the eye could see. At this moment, Chen Junlin was not facing a single cosmic powerhouse, but was at odds with an entire cosmic world. He, alone, was challenging the entire universe. But Chen Junlin didn't pay much attention, merely chuckling playfully. Serpentine units, eh? Then let the Bane of Serpents give you some more trouble first. After speaking, he let out an evil, charming laugh, using the soul-devouring blood demon blade in his hand as a zither and his fingers as strings. He began to play a series of rhythmic melodies. Immediately, boom 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 boom. Boom! Boom! Following Chen Junlin's eerie melody, a disturbing sense of terror seemed to permeate the air. Those originally majestic and fearless serpentine units began to become restless, their formations falling into disarray, as if they had encountered some terrifying natural predator that was suffocating them. Suppress the snake demons, slay the evil creatures. The first choice should be Fahai's exclusive BGM. Chen Junlin chuckled lightly, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Great mighty heavenly dragon, grand Luo Dharma incantation. Audacious monster. Why don't you quickly show your true form? Ha!
Boom, 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 boom. 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 Not only the serpentine units, but this highly rhythmic melody also struck the hearts of other alien monsters like a death knell. Even the alien King Shetty couldn't help but feel a surge of panic in its heart, as if something terrifying was about to appear. Human brat, what exactly is this? But it hadn't finished speaking. The next moment, a blinding golden light flashed. Immediately after, a powerful aura descended from the sky, enveloping the entire battlefield. This aura was like the arrival of a divine dragon, causing all living beings present to tremble uncontrollably. Amidst the flashing golden light, a colossal black gold dragon shadow materialized behind Chen Junlin. Its roar was deafening, as if it aimed to expel all evil forces. The great might heavenly dragon, clad in black gold scales, with eyes like torches and sharp claws, exuded an awe-inspiring majesty. The demon-subduing runes engraved on each scale glowed brilliantly, every rune seemingly containing infinite power. Ding! You have awakened the second dragon spirit, the great might heavenly dragon. Yes. The second dragon spirit. Chen Junlin had already advanced to a 4-star dragon spirit master, capable of awakening 4 dragon spirits. However, before this, he hadn't decided which musical melodies to use for awakening. But now, upon seeing the countless Snake Clan troops, Chen Junlin instantly thought of Fahai's exclusive BGM. That man, whose aura was terrifying and killing intent fierce in the BGM, was jokingly called by many netizens on Earth as someone who even dared to confront the Buddha. Great might heavenly dragon. Dragon type, special and unique. Quality potential, limitless, synchronized with the primary dragon spirit ancient desolate sacred dragon. Innate trait, great might demon subjugation invincible, no demonic creature can withstand its domineering aura inflicts absolute true damage on any demonic creature, with extra double damage to snake-like creatures. This damage cannot be transferred, substituted, or reduced by any means. Additionally, any target that meets its gaze can only exert half of its combat power. Exclusive divine ability, Great Might Dharma Eye ignores all illusions, stealth methods, and can perceive the target's attribute panel. Dragon Spirit skills, Deliverance to all beings eternal grade, Brahma Buddha's light eternal grade, Buddha's kingdom in the palm eternal grade. Deliverance to all beings eternal grade, self-damage increased by 100%. For each being delivered slaughtered, this buff permanently stacks 1%, with no upper limit. Brahma Buddha's light eternal grade, condenses a boundless Buddha's light for protection, increasing all self-defense effects to 100%. Hostile targets within the illuminated range of the Buddha's light suffer continuous Brahma flame burning damage equal to 1% of their maximum health per second. The more hostile targets there are, the stronger the defensive buff, with no upper limit. Buddha's kingdom in the palm eternal grade, colloquially known as beating the dog behind closed doors, constructs a Buddha's kingdom world equal to one's total health. Targets within the Buddha's kingdom world cannot use any aerial movement or escape techniques. Additionally, targets delivered slaughtered by you within the Buddha's kingdom world will become residents of the Buddha's kingdom for you to command, and the more targets delivered, the wider the scope of the Buddha's kingdom world. Dragon Spirit Level, LV41 Growth Stage, synchronized with the primary Dragon Spirit Ancient Desolate Sacred Dragon. Advancement Method, listening to Buddhist Scriptures 01000000, Combat 9666100000. Holy crap? Dawei Tianlong. It's that awesome too? After seeing the attribute panel of his second awakened dragon spirit, Chen Junlin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Unbelievable. It's simply too unbelievable. Especially for demonic creatures and serpentine creatures, the absolute true damage inherent in the Dawei Fumo Great Might Subduing Demons characteristic of this Dawei Tianlong talent is absolutely a natural predator. Even if they're not demonic creatures, as long as other targets dare to make eye contact with Dawei Tianlong, they will be affected by a 50% reduction in combat power rule? This is ridiculously absurd. It's almost like carrying a permanent buff that reduces enemies' combat power by half. After all, when facing an enemy, who can resist taking a look at them? And there are those exclusive skills, although they don't have the terrifying killing power of the Desolate Sword Art or the Samsara Treasure Technique,
they are infinitely scalable skills. If a target is transmuted by the Buddha in the palm skill, they can become a member of the Buddha in the palm and be commanded by him. If he wipes out the entire alien world, wouldn't that mean he possesses an endless army of aliens? Damn! Awesome! Thinking of this, Chen Junlin could only describe it with these two words. As expected, he's the kind of man who, even in Fahai's exclusive BGM, dares to confront the Buddha himself.
Awesome! At the same time, just as Chen Junlin awakened Dawei Tianlong, the strength of all dragon troops also received an unprecedented boost. Ding! Due to the extremely high compatibility between your cultivation system and the dragon troops have received an additional bonus enhancement, Blessing of Dawei Tianlong, and all troops have gained an additional passive skill, Daluo Dharma Incantation, which deals absolute true damage to demonic creatures and double true damage to serpentine creatures. Ding! You have awakened a second dragon spirit.
Your own base attributes and the attributes of all dragon troops will unconditionally double.
Upon hearing this prompt, Chen Junlin's eyes immediately lit up. Wow, awakening another dragon spirit can directly double his base attributes? This is a huge, delightful surprise. But, just as Chen Junlin was contemplating which melody to use to awaken his next dragon spirit, suddenly, the alien king Sertai, forcefully suppressing the fear in its heart, directly attacked Chen Junlin. Foolish human! Die! Sky-devouring poison mist. Its gaze at Dawei Tianlong was filled with fear and unease.
It had never heard of this strange black gold dragon clan, and it couldn't imagine how this human could command the proud dragon clan so willingly. But it clearly understood in its heart that this particular dragon posed an incomparable threat to their alien world compared to other dragons, like a natural predator. So, it dared not hesitate and could only attempt to kill Chen Junlin, this human, first.
This human's cosmic level wasn't high.
Perhaps it could seize the opportunity, before the two dragons could react, to kill him.
Ha! Good timing. Chen Junlin's eyes glinted with excitement.
Facing the sneak attack from Shetty, the alien king, he showed no concern whatsoever. With a thought, the Brahma Buddha light skill from the dragon spirit Great Majestic Dragon instantly erupted. The massive Buddha light's blessing force caused his body to tremble as if unable to bear it. He seemed to be bathed in a golden ocean, his true appearance no longer discernible.
An invisible oppressive aura immediately spread out.
Under the pressure of this immense Buddha light, the surrounding alien creatures felt as if they were struck by heavy hammers, almost unable to move. Under the Buddha light's illumination, they wailed in agony, suffering continuous burning damage equal to 1% of Chen Junlin's total HP every second. After various buff effects, Chen Junlin's total HP had reached an astonishing level. Therefore, except for powerful aliens like the Alien King, he only took a few breaths to instantly kill almost all alien creatures and serpent soldiers within the range of the immense Buddha light.
Not only that,
under the Universal Salvation Precept skills buff, for every alien creature he converted, his damage buff stacked by 1%. In just a short while, his buff damage had permanently multiplied several times.
What? You are a level 4 cosmic being, a human, how? How can you be so strong? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Such a wide-ranging damage skill, and true damage at that, how could it come from a level 4 cosmic being?
The alien King Shetty was so terrified that its serpent body went limp, hastily fleeing outside the Buddha light-enveloped area, while simultaneously manifesting countless clones. Just now, it was horrified to discover that it was losing nearly 3% of its terrifying HP every second. In just a few breaths, a large chunk of its HP was directly depleted. Seeing this, Chen Junlin grinned, raising his hand, preparing to cast Buddha in the palm.
Unexpectedly,
the nearby dragon spirit Great Majestic Dragon, the demon subduing runes on its scales, burst forth with dazzling Buddha light. Then its dragon body unfurled, it let out a loud roar, and chased after the alien king.
Humph!
You despicable beast! How dare you ambush my master?
Nowhere to run. Aren't you going to surrender?
Great Vajra Dragon, Prajna Buddhas, world-honored Kitagarbha, Prajna Paramitha H.
Humph. A mere illusionary eye enchantment, yet you dare to show off your meager skills before a master? Great Vajra divine eye, break it for me. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Feeling the terrifying aura behind it, and those profoundly intimidating words, Alien Queen Shetty grew even more terrified.
Its clones, like a torrential downpour, scattered everywhere, each carrying a cunning and malevolent aura, mixing into countless other alien monsters and parasitizing within them, attempting to confuse the great Vajra dragon's sight.
However, golden light flickered in the great Vajra dragon's eyes, like divine sight.
Under the heaven-defying ability of the great Vajra divine eye to penetrate all illusions, it easily saw through the authenticity of these clones. In its eyes, Shetty's clones were like phantoms, with nowhere to hide.
Humph. Evil spirits and demons, truly insignificant tricks.
The great Vajra dragon roared, its body moving like lightning, instantly piercing through Shetty's illusory clones and finding its true form. At the same time, to prevent the opponent from continuing to escape beyond the alien universe, the great Vajra dragon, with a thought, simultaneously cast the Buddha in the palm skill.
Buddha in the palm, seal. Instantly,
the great Vajra dragon's body coiled in the air, its dragon claw gently clenched towards a certain void ahead. An invisible suction force emanated from its dragon claw. That suction force, like a black hole, twisted and distorted the surrounding space. A miniature Buddhist world emerged in the void, resplendent with golden light, solemn and majestic. In just a blink of an eye, it bound Shetty, who had fled into the void, along with countless surrounding aliens, within the Buddhist world. And in this Buddhist world, Shetty could no longer use any flight or escape techniques. It frantically crashed around, unleashing skills to bombard, but was always unable to break through the Buddhist world's restraints.
No! This is impossible. What in the world is this place? Why can't I feel the aura of the alien world? At this moment, Alien Queen Shetty completely panicked.
Not only was it enduring terrifying burning damage from the Buddha light, with its health plummeting almost every second, but it had also lost its ability to sense the alien universe. Dragon, no matter how powerful the dragon clan is, this is utterly impossible.
You, what kind of dragon clan are you? Why are you willing to serve a lowly human? Spare me. I can be at your absolute command.
Alien Queen Shetty dared not delay any longer, and could only plead for mercy with a face full of terror, hoping to somehow persuade this dragon clan.
However,
the great Vajra dragon's gaze was like a torch, staring at Shetty struggling madly within the Buddhist world, yet it sneered with disdain. Humph. Audacious beast, on the verge of death, yet you still dare to disrespect my master.
This crime warrants death.
Swoosh. As his voice fell,
the great Vajra dragon's killing intent soared to the heavens.
It directly unleashed its full power, gathered it on its dragon tail, and slammed it down fiercely towards Alien Queen Shetty.
Not only that. That terrifying murderous aura further spread towards other alien creatures within the Buddha's palm kingdom. In less than 3 breaths, at least billions of alien creatures perished beneath the Buddha's palm kingdom. However, the great might heavenly dragon, which instantly obliterated so many alien creatures, felt no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, its intense murderous intent was further stimulated. The obsession within it to vanquish demons and devils burned wildly, as if needing the blood of countless demons and devils to be appeased. This world actually has so many evil beasts. Kill. 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 Ha 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 ha.
The great might heavenly dragon, like a harbinger of destruction, descended upon the world, immediately shook its dragon body, and the scope of the Buddha's palm kingdom fully erupted. Merely relying on the 10,000 zhang flames of Buddha's light surrounding its body caused a large number of ordinary alien creatures to vanish into thin air.
Such a scene.
It truly opened Shen Junlin's eyes.
Unexpectedly, the awakened dragon spirits actually possess different spiritualities? Moreover, this spirituality seems to be related, to some extent, to the artistic conception represented by melody. In comparison, the primordial holy dragon appeared much quieter, like a lone brave soul after dominating eternity, accustomed to silence and tranquility.
For example, at this moment, the primordial holy dragon quietly released desolate sword arts one after another, harvesting alien creature monsters like a killing machine, without any unnecessary chatter or flashy tricks. But the kill efficiency, and the fear and despair it brought to the alien creatures, were not inferior in the slightest. As for the spirituality of the great might heavenly dragon, it behaved like Fahai from his exclusive demon-slaying BGM, facing all demons and devils with only 2 words to describe it: frenzy. A Buddha more demonic than the demons. However, surprise was one thing. Before Chen Junlin could think further, the next moment, he suddenly froze in mid-air. Ding! You killed the alien king, the strongest conqueror of the alien universe, and obtained all of its skills: poisonous corrosion B, incarnation of myriad forms SSS, soul parasitism SS. Ding! Due to the influence of the limit break talent trait, all the above skills have broken their limits and advanced to eternal grade. Ding! You killed the alien king and obtained all the cosmic resources it had accumulated. Due to the Dragon Scorn Eternal Legion buff effect of the Dragon Troop type, all cosmic resources have unconditionally increased 10,000-fold. Ding! You obtained Resource Blazing Sun Gold plus 100,000,000. You obtained Resource Mirror Realm Rhombic Crystal plus 300,000,000. You obtained Resource 9 Manual Human Exclusive plus 10,000. You obtained Resource Dragon Elephant Prajna Palm Human Exclusive plus 10,000. You obtained Resource Soul Slicer Blade Human Exclusive plus 10,000. You obtained Resource Anti-Gravity Crystal Core Bomb plus 90,000,000. You have acquired Resources Super Material Laser Cannon plus 3,000,000. You have acquired Resources Purple and Green Twin Swords plus 10,000. You have acquired Universal Coins of the Myriad Realms plus 10086110010000000. You have acquired Universal Coins of the Myriad Realms plus 10,000. You have acquired Universal Coins of the Myriad Realms plus 30,000. Hiss! Chen Junlin gasped sharply. These incoming messages from the Myriad Realms network had him feeling a surge of excitement and a dry throat. Especially feeling the sudden increase in his Universal Coins of the Myriad Realms balance, Chen Junlin felt as if he were dreaming, the string of numbers leaving him dazed. Damn it! War really is the fastest way to get rich. If he were to rely on developing and accumulating resources on planet Azure, even if all the resources of the entire planet Azure were combined, it probably wouldn't be enough. Although this was due to the 10,000x amplification effect of Dragon's Scorn, even without the 10,000 times multiplier, it would still be an astonishing amount of resources. It looks like the largest sum of universal coins of the Myriad Realms must have come from the alien king conquering other cosmic worlds and plundering accumulated resources. But among these war spoils, there's actually the 9 manual, exclusive to humans? And Dragon Elephant Prajna Palm? If my guess isn't wrong, I'm afraid the alien king must have conquered and captured a human cosmic world that was predominantly martial arts based. Moreover, judging from the supermaterial laser cannons and various sci-fi mecha resources, although it's not explicitly stated as human exclusive, it could also mean that a human cosmic world primarily focused on technology has already been conquered by it. Chen Junlin pondered secretly, a peculiar glint flickering in his eyes. The humans of planet Azure might not know what 9 manual or Dragon Elephant Prajna Palm signify. But he knew very well that the origins of these 2 martial arts manuals came from very famous novels. I just don't know if it's merely a coincidence of names, or some other reason. First, let's try these 2 martial arts, what kind of abilities they grant after learning them, and whether they are as described in the novels. With curiosity and anticipation sparkling in his eyes, Chen Junlin unhesitatingly took out the 2 skill books from his resources. Ding! Do you confirm learning the skill 9 Manual D? Ding! Do you confirm learning the skill Dragon Elephant Prajna Palm D? Fortunately, with their digitalization after joining the Myriad Realms network, the 9 Manual and Dragon Elephant Prajna Palm no longer required deep comprehension and arduous practice. Just like in online games, a simple click to confirm learning was enough to directly master them, and automatically reach the great attainment level.
Chen Junlin's mind stirred, and he smiled as he selected confirmation.
While these two martial arts, considered ultimate skills in wuxia novels, might seem formidable, their level is clearly insufficient when viewed across the myriad civilizations of the myriad heavens and realms. After all, they are merely products of a low martial world. However, the moment Chen Junlin mastered these two martial arts, before he could even grasp their true power. Ding! Due to your limit break talent characteristic, the skill 9-in Manual D has advanced to 9-in Manual Eternal. Cultivate the path of 9-in, reversing to restore yang, harmonize yin and yang, forming 9 extremes. Devour the heavens to nourish the soul, seize the earth to nurture the body, borrow the creation of the myriad cosmos to strengthen oneself. Ding! Due to your limit break talent characteristic, the skill Dragon Elephant Prajnapam D has advanced to Dragon Elephant Prajnapam Eternal. With every fine grain of flesh as a foundation, forge billions upon billions of layers of Dragon Elephant power, reaching the pinnacle of strength, nothing unbreakable, capable of cleaving the heavens and earth, sweeping through all realms. Om. In the blink of an eye. Under the augmentation of these two ultimate skills, Chen Junlin immediately felt his physical strength reach an unimaginable degree. On his attribute panel, both strength and stamina were doubling and skyrocketing at a visibly insane rate. 1-fold. 2-fold. 100-fold. 1,000-fold. 10,000-fold. Originally, his physical strength was already terrifying. With a human physique, despite being only an LV4 cosmic being, his true panel attributes had already crushed Serpentine, the LV-119 alien king. And now, simply learning the 9-in Manual and Dragon Elephant Prajnapam caused his true panel attributes to directly skyrocket to an incalculable level. The upper limit of these two martial arts is simply defying the heavens. Chen Junlin marveled inwardly. Although they were ultimate martial arts, if someone with heaven-defying comprehension could develop them all the way to the eternal level, then martial arts might not necessarily be weaker than the top Tao arts of the myriad heavens and realms. However, my most heaven-defying trump card is still the limit break talent. Without this limit break talent characteristic, no matter how astonishing one's martial arts aptitude and comprehension, it would likely take tens of thousands of years of deduction to achieve such a level. With a thought, Chen Junlin waved his hand and unleashed a domineering surge of Dragon Elephant power. Rumble! In a blink of an eye, billions upon billions of illusory dragon elephants appeared. The void within 100 million miles ahead was instantly pulverized, and the entire alien world trembled precariously, beginning to summon countless lightning bolts, black holes, and heavenly fires. A scene of apocalypse. This power is truly incredible. Chen Junlin marveled again. This was the might he unleashed purely relying on the power within every single cell of his physical body. If combined with a heaven-defying secret art like Desolation Sword Art, perhaps a casual swing of his sword could give the entire alien universe a center part, couldn't it? No sooner said than done. Chen Junlin smiled playfully, and directly used his finger as a sword, gently striking a sword art towards the void in front of him. Crack! Instantly, sword energy, like a rainbow, pierced through the sky, starting from Chen Junlin's fingertip and tearing open the void before him. That sharp sword energy, as if possessing a consciousness of its own, expanded wildly outwards, destroying everything in its path and reshaping everything. At this moment, Chen Junlin's sword art not only shocked the alien creatures within the alien universe but also caused countless galaxies and stars outside the planet to become restless and tremble continuously, like enraged behemoths rolling and roaring in the abyss of the universe. The sun, moon, and stars, in front of this power, all seemed dim and lusterless. They were forced to give way, allowing this sword energy to become the sole brilliance in the cosmos. The cosmic Tao seemed to be obliterated and twisted in this instant. The originally orderly rules and truths crumbled and vanished at this moment. Chen Junlin's sword strike extended to the deepest reaches of the alien universe's abyss, as if to create a new world and shatter the old cosmic rules. In just a few breaths, after a world-shattering devastation, the alien universe finally could no longer withstand the impact of this power. Bang! A sound like a thin membrane being cut through rang out. The entire alien universe world was directly split in two. In the boundless galaxies of that universe, a deep, unfathomable sword mark was left behind. That sword mark, like an indelible trace through eternity, bore witness to the glory and terror of Chen Junlin's strike. And at this moment, upon witnessing the terrifying power of his own sword, Chen Junlin felt an unprecedented surge of power and pride, an indescribable exhilaration and grandeur throughout his being. He smiled, a brilliant smile. Finally, he nodded with satisfaction and praised, "Cool. This middle part hairstyle is really good." And at the same moment, after the great might heavenly dragon witnessed its master's incredible feat, it let out several ecstatic roars. As if invigorated, the Buddhist light and countless demon-subduing runes on its body became even more brilliant, yet no trace of compassion could be seen on it. Instead, its killing intent grew even fiercer. As for the ancient desolate sacred dragon, although it didn't say much, its attacks were clearly more fierce. Since their master was so formidable, how could they, as their master's dragon spirits, appear too weak? Ding! You have acquired resource man-eating flower stem plus 10,000. You have acquired resource tiger demon spirit wit plus 30,000. You have acquired resource heavenly silkworm divine art human exclusive plus 10,000. You have acquired resource little red riding hood elf exclusive plus 10,000. Ding! You have acquired universal coins plus 10000000000. You have acquired universal coins plus 30,000. You have acquired universal coins plus 700000000. Under the full bombardment of the ancient desolate sacred dragon and the great might heavenly dragon, the creatures of the entire alien world had almost no room to struggle. Whether they were high-level alien cosmic conquerors or weak creatures from the alien world, they all became resources and currency at this moment. The only difference was that the higher the level of these alien cosmic conquerors, the more abundant the various resources and currencies dropped from them. As cosmic beings whose very purpose was invasion and plunder, the alien cosmic conquerors had naturally raided countless prey, plundering vast amounts of resources and wealth. But now, all of this ended up benefiting Chen Junlin. One harvest notification after another continuously appeared before Chen Junlin, and he had even gotten used to them. No longer experiencing emotional fluctuations as he did at first. When ants are as numerous as an ocean, even spraying them with an infinitely lasting flamethrower would indeed take a considerable amount of time. But what if you dropped a few solar stars on them? Without a doubt, the alien universe had completely fallen. In fact, the speed of its fall was even faster than Chen Junlin had imagined. When the entire alien cosmic world no longer contained any alien creatures, only a pile of alien projections within the palm-sized Buddha kingdom, and the entire alien universe seemed to have been superseded by Chen Junlin's palm-sized Buddha kingdom. A universal network announcement that echoed throughout the myriad heavens and worlds network completely stunned the beings of every dimensional universe. Ding! Congratulations to Cosmic Lord Chen Junlin, who, with a dragon troop, successfully conquered a cosmic plane inhabited by LV-119 cosmic beings using the power of an LV-4 cosmic being, breaking the highest record for ultra-level conquest across the entire universe. This feat is unprecedented, never before seen in all the heavens, and shall be rewarded. Ding! Congratulations to Cosmic Lord Chen Junlin, for obtaining one free choice right for any troop type. Ding! Congratulations to Cosmic Lord Chen Junlin, for receiving an unconditional double base attribute reward for all members of his universe. And an unconditional one-level troop advancement reward for all conquerors in his universe. Ding! Congratulations to Cosmic Lord Chen Junlin, for unlocking the lucky shop of the Myriad Heavens and Worlds Network containing all treasures within the Myriad Heavens and Worlds Network, and for obtaining one free item selection right. Ding! Congratulations to Cosmic Lord Chen Junlin, for obtaining the unique achievement title of the Myriad Heavens and Worlds Unrivaled Through the Ages. Hiss! As soon as the Universal Network announcement was released, all the beings within the Myriad Heavens and Worlds Network erupted in commotion. A certain gigantic mechanical cosmic conqueror, who had just destroyed a cosmic world with a single shot and hadn't even had time to celebrate, said with disbelief, "How is that possible? A level 4 cosmic being successfully conquered a level 119 cosmic being?
A certain supreme powerhouse of the Zerg race also exclaimed in incredible shock, "What? Successfully conquered across more than 100 levels. Isn't that a bit too fake?"
A son of God from an unrivaled immortal clan in a cultivation world also awoke from his meditation, a glimmer of divine light shining in his eyes. "I was born with a chaos physique, accompanied by the spiritual treasure, the primordial extreme Tao sword, celebrated by purple chi anomalies spanning 1,000,000 miles.
In this world, there is actually someone who broke my record of battling across more than 50 levels?
Crossing over 100 levels, this.
Even I wouldn't dare to dream of it. One must know that for cosmic beings, the gap between each level is already terrifyingly vast.
He couldn't fathom how a mere level 4 cosmic being could contend with a level 119 cosmic being, let alone destroy their entire cosmos. This difficulty is like asking Ouyang Foam, the martial arts supreme, to challenge the Monkey King, who wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Palace. Such an unbelievable disparity, no matter how exaggerated the bloodline or magic weapon, it would be almost impossible to bridge. And his achievement title is actually Eternal Dust Cleanser. This is an achievement that has never appeared since the emergence of the Myriad Realms network. My ancient dust cleanser after breaking the limit record elevated my overall strength by 10 times. What then would this person's eternal dust cleanser entail? The heart of this son of God from an unrivaled immortal clan, which had remained unshaken for 10,000 years, inevitably experienced a violent fluctuation at this moment.
In short, regarding such explosive news, almost no one was willing to believe it. Nor were they willing to accept it. But the announcement from the Myriad Realms network simply couldn't be faked, forcing them to believe this incredible fact. Thus, Chen Junlin's name naturally shone like a star, instantly spreading across all planes and universes of the Myriad Realms network. In just an instant, he became an existence that all cosmic beings found curious and awe-inspiring. This was a prodigy who had broken the limits of the cosmos and created an unprecedented miracle. Enough to move any conqueror in any universe. However, some were shocked, some were curious. But at the same time, some cosmic beings began to harbor ulterior motives. It's just unclear what race this guy is, and which top universe he originates from. Don't let me find his universe. This venerable has never tasted the flavor of such a monstrous cosmic prodigy before. If we can find a way to parasitize such a monstrous talent, my soul parasite clan will surely rise in the Myriad Realms. No matter how heaven-defying a prodigy is, they must grow up to be a threat. We must find a way to investigate this child's identity and background as soon as possible. If his background is heaven-defying, then so be it. If he has no powerful backing, humph. Without a doubt. In this Myriad Realms network, where the law of the jungle prevails, focusing on predation and slaughter, even a prodigy who breaks limit records cannot completely deter everything. Only with sufficiently extreme strength or background can one truly preserve their life. However, Chen Junlin was unaware of these sounds from the myriad worlds, and even if he were, he wouldn't care much. Successfully conquering the alien universe after 100+ level gap was merely the limit of this alien universe, and by no means Chen Junlin's upper limit. His true combat power, under the terrifying enhancement of 10,000 eternal level attributes, and after utilizing the permanently growing weapon soul-devouring Blood Demon Blade and Blood Phoenix battle armor to stack the attack and defense attributes of all living beings in the alien universe, had already reached an invincible level. And at this very moment, Chen Junlin himself, who had caused a sensation across the myriad realms, couldn't help but take a deep breath after noticing the announcement and commendation from the Myriad Worlds Network. Oh my! What a good fellow! It truly lives up to its reputation as the Myriad Worlds Network, whose purpose is slaughter and plunder. Let's not even mention the commendation reward that synchronously benefited all dragon trainers on Azure Star. The other rewards were simply more exaggerated than the last. Eternal Transcendence, you are the most deserved strongest prodigy in the myriad worlds, cutting off eternity, leaving all others in the dust. By obtaining this unique achievement, you shall acquire the supreme glory in these endless, boundless myriad universes. From this day forward, under the firmament, all spirits shall revere you, stars shall be your servants, sun and moon shall shine with you, heaven shall respect you, and earth shall honor you.
Every move you make shall contain the power of the universe you inhabit. Your true name shall become an immortal legend, permanently etched into the river of time and destiny, illuminating the myriad realms throughout eternity. Even if you perish and your true spirit dissipates, should there be any in the myriad worlds who chant your true name one day, your true spirit can be reformed and you can be resurrected. Undoubtedly, this achievement title was something against the heavens. To harness all the power of the universe one resides in for one's own use, it couldn't be more terrifying. This meant that if he were in the primordial world, he could borrow the power of the entire primordial world to contend with opponents. And among the native beings in each universe, how many, one might ask, could possibly resist the power of the entire heaven and earth? This was simply an invincible buff. Even if it were given to an ordinary person with no cultivation, possessing such an heaven-defying achievement title, they could probably easily crush beings below the saint level if they went to a top-tier plane like the primordial world, right? What's more, it had another heaven-defying effect. Even if Chen Junlin were killed, or even his true spirit annihilated, as long as any being in the world mentioned the name Chen Junlin again, he could reform his true spirit and resurrect. Not bad. Feeling the powerful effect of this eternal transcendence, no matter how much Chen Junlin tried to suppress his inner emotions, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Such an amazing thing, damn it. Even a 98K couldn't suppress this excitement. Ding! Friendly reminder. You have one free chance to choose a lucky item. Myriad World's Lucky Shop is a gift from heaven, appearing randomly and lasting for only 10. A bunch of garbled text omitted for brevity. Please choose your desired lucky items as soon as possible. Ding! Due to unknown interference. Due to the effect of your limit break talent characteristic, the duration limit for the Myriad World's Lucky Shop is cancelled, and the random appearance probability limit is cancelled. It will now be fixed and appear near you at all times. Chen Junlin's eyes widened, his expression somewhat bewildered. He had never imagined that his limit break talent would have such an outrageous effect, capable of keeping a great opportunity like the Myriad World's Lucky Shop tied to him at all times. This so-called Myriad World's Lucky Shop is a store that encompasses all treasures within the entire Myriad Worlds. It only appears with a certain probability when rare conditions are met. And the beings of the Myriad Worlds can purchase the treasures they desire within the Myriad World's Lucky Shop using accumulated Myriad World Universal Coins. Undoubtedly, this is an immense opportunity. Especially for those top-tier universes, for beings who are not short on Myriad World Universal Coins, if they can acquire those rare ultimate treasures, it would be enough to elevate their strength to a whole new level. It's just a shame. The probability of the Myriad World's Lucky Shop appearing is too rare. Even if you sometimes complete the prerequisite conditions, you might not necessarily encounter the Myriad World's Lucky Shop. And now, the Myriad World's Lucky Shop is basically completely mine. As long as I have enough Myriad World Universal Coins, I can buy all the treasures within it. Upon this thought, Chen Junlin's heart couldn't help but thump violently. He couldn't help but imagine, if he could choose some heaven-defying treasures from the shop, wouldn't his strength improve even further? Simultaneously, his heart was also filled with even greater emotion and immense gratitude. Because this talent characteristic, Limit Break, from the ancient sacred dragon, is truly too powerful, even stronger than a mere concept. Just like that desolate heaven emperor who dominated countless ages, from his life's experiences, he was almost constantly breaking limits, constantly surpassing himself. All shackles shall be broken. At this moment, Chen Junlin also recalled a line, "Enemies who fall before me are never considered opponents. I give you time to catch up, until you can no longer even glimpse me." Indeed. A pioneer who is constantly breaking limits, with nothing that can forever restrict them, how could an opponent possibly have the right to hope to catch up? This, perhaps, is the true path to invincibility. Starting with the desolate Heaven Emperor's BGM was indeed the right choice. Chen Junlin once again rejoiced in his decision. The limit break talent characteristic, though seemingly lacking any direct damage bonuses, brought him unimaginable advantages. Especially for a low-tier universe like Azure Planet, the lower the tier of the universe, the more restrictions there tend to be. This also means that there are more restrictions he can break, and the benefits and improvements he gains will naturally be greater. If he had initially chosen the Fahai exclusive BGM, even if it was also an eternal grade talent and exclusive skill, with its unlimited damage stacking effect and absolute true damage against demonic creatures, while it could also rapidly elevate him to a top-tier powerhouse, and even allow him to clear the plane advancement trial, it certainly wouldn't have been as outrageous as it is now. Lost in thought, Chen Junlin's gaze involuntarily fell upon the myriad world's lucky shop appearing in the void before him. There was no kaleidoscope of colors as he imagined. It looked unremarkable, just like an ordinary self-service vending machine. Taking a deep breath, Chen Junlin stepped forward 2 paces and gently touched the screen of the myriad world's lucky shop. Immediately, what immediately met his eyes was a display of product information and descriptions. Immeasurable planet-destroying cannon, price 90 trillion myriad worlds universal coins. One shot can clear all things in heaven and earth, destroying the origin of a universe world. Originally limited to 1 per target, limit broken, unlimited. Soul rebirth pill, price 1 trillion myriad worlds universal coins. After consumption, it can allow those with shattered souls but intact true spirits to reconstruct their physical body, soul, and root bone, and simultaneously reach peak state. No purchase limit. Immortal slaying 4 swords, price 36 trillion myriad worlds universal coins. Swords slash in all directions, supreme killing treasures. With all 4 swords unleashed, even saints can be slain. Originally limited to 1 per target, limit broken, unlimited. Sky opening axe, price 10 trillion myriad worlds universal coins. Cleaves open heaven and earth, a marvel of craftsmanship. The pinnacle of power, nothing unbreakable. Originally limited to 1 per target, limit broken, unlimited. Jade slip 7 colored supreme destiny trait steady ascension, price 900 billion myriad worlds universal coins. For every 1 small level you advance, you will gain 1 chance to draw a trait from 3 options. Originally limited to 100 per target, limit broken, unlimited. Jade slip golden exquisite destiny trait life and death contract, price 10 trillion myriad worlds universal coins. Forcibly sign a life and death contract with any target, competing on the number of myriad worlds universal coins owned. The winner lives, the loser dies. Originally limited to 100 per target, limit broken, unlimited. Jade slip 7 colored supreme destiny trait stare induced pregnancy, price 900 billion myriad worlds universal coins. Any target you stare at will be forcibly impregnated. Originally limited to 100 per target, limit broken, unlimited. Jade slip red heavenly Tao destiny trait more children, more blessings, price 100 trillion myriad worlds universal coins. The more descendants you have, the stronger your own luck, and for each additional descendant, you receive 1 random quality magic treasure. Originally limited to 100 per target, limit broken, unlimited. War avoidance token, price 1 trillion multiverse universal coins. Upon use, allows the current universe world to avoid invasions from other universes. War avoidance period, 3,000 years. If sentient beings in the universe actively initiate war, the war avoidance effect will be lifted. No purchase limit. Spacetime travel scroll, price 500 billion multiverse universal coins. Upon use, can traverse the long river of time. Originally limited to 1 per target, limit broken, no restrictions. All Heavens proxy combat scroll, price 500 billion multiverse universal coins. Upon use, can summon powerful individuals from across the myriad heavens and worlds to provide proxy combat services. No purchase limit. Mysterious treasure chest, price 10 billion multiverse universal coins. Contains mysterious treasures that might make you rich overnight or might leave you empty-handed. No purchase limit. Too many. Far too many. Inside this myriad heavens lucky shop were countless treasures from various civilized universes across the myriad heavens and worlds, strange and varied, with everything imaginable. Making Chen Junlin feel somewhat dazed and mesmerized. And faced with such a vast amount of product information, to select the ideal treasure within the 10-minute duration would be incredibly difficult. Not only that, The sorting of these treasures was also not based on price or item category. The previous item might be an ultimate imperial weapon worth 1 trillion, while the next could be a scrap piece worth a single multiverse universal coin. The overall arrangement appeared very chaotic, which invisibly increased the difficulty of selection once again.
Fortunately,
I can take my time, without time limits or quantity restrictions, to slowly choose all the treasures in the shop. Chen Junlin chuckled softly to himself. To be honest, he really wanted to get his hands on an sky-opening axe or some immeasurable Star Destroyer cannon. However, taking another look at his multiverse universal coins balance, it was only a little over 2,000 trillion.
Still a long way off.
After browsing for a moment, Chen Junlin's gaze finally settled on the Jade Slip 7-colored Supreme Destiny trait, rising step by step. Undoubtedly, both in terms of price and compatibility, this Destiny trait Jade Slip was a perfect fit for him at the moment. Gaining a choice of 1 out of 3 Destiny traits every time he leveled up by 1.
This was undeniably outrageous.
If the acquired Destiny trait could once again benefit from the limit break talent effect.
Unimaginable. Completely unimaginable. I just wonder, can this 7-colored Supreme trait still break limits and advance further?
Chen Junlin smiled curiously, his gaze fixed on the rising step-by-step 7-colored Supreme Destiny trait Jade Slip, his heart beating noticeably faster. Because he knew very well that if this 7-colored Supreme trait could still break its limits and advance, it would once again bring him an unprecedented boost. Within the lucky store of the myriad worlds, the number of Fate trait Jade Slips available is far from insignificant. Besides the most precious 7-colored Fate trait, there are also numerous low-tier white Fate traits. And the price for these traits requires only a small amount of universal coins of the myriad worlds.
A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Chen Junlin's eyes.
If all these traits could break through their limits and advance, his future would grow to an unimaginable extent. After all, the trait buffs he had previously acquired in the survival arena had all advanced.
Thinking of this,
Chen Junlin did not hesitate, immediately spending 9 quadrillion universal coins of the myriad worlds to first purchase the step-by-step promotion 7-colored Fate trait Jade Slip.
Ding!
Purchase successful, 9 quadrillion universal coins of the myriad worlds deducted. In an instant, a stream of light flew out from the store, quickly landing in Chen Junlin's hand, transforming into a Jade Slip enveloped in a 7-colored glow. Chen Junlin gently held the Jade Slip, feeling a warm and soft touch. He could clearly perceive a mysterious yet powerful force contained within the Jade Slip.
After a brief pause,
Chen Junlin, without a word, directly crushed the Jade Slip. Immediately, a mysterious force from within the Jade Slip flowed into his body through his palm.
Ding! You have obtained the 7-colored Supreme Fate trait, step-by-step promotion. Each time you advance 1 minor level, you will receive a choice of 1 out of 3 trait drawing opportunities. Trait color is random, and traits may appear in a repeating cycle. Ding!
Due to your innate characteristic limit break, the restriction on step-by-step promotion has been lifted. Each time you advance 1 minor level, you will 100% receive 3 7-colored Supreme Fate traits.
Traits will not appear in a repeating cycle. Chen Junlin's eyes instantly lit up. As expected, it was a limit break.
He paused for a moment. Chen Junlin then tried purchasing another white Fate trait Jade Slip, small streams flow long, granting him 1 universal currency of his current world daily.
Ding!
Due to your innate characteristic limit break, the restriction on small streams flow long has been lifted.
You will receive 1 universal currency of the myriad worlds daily. It really can break limits? Chen Junlin's eyes shone brightly again. It actually directly removed the restriction of his current world and changed it to universal currency of the myriad worlds? Isn't this universal coins of the myriad worlds? Doesn't this mean that he just spent 1 universal coin of the myriad worlds to purchase it, but he can now gain 1 universal coin of the myriad worlds every day from now on? This is simply too outrageous. Thus, Chen Junlin once again selected some Fate trait Jade Slips to try.
Fate trait Jade Slips are categorized into white, green, blue, purple, pink, gold, red, and 7-colored. Some traits have powerful effects, while others are very weak, and some even have restrictions. After Qin Junlin's attempts, he also noticed that this limit break talent characteristic was equally effective on the fate trait Jade Slips, but it only broke limits where restrictions existed, and could not change the color classification of the fate trait Jade Slip itself. For example, if a white fate trait itself has no restrictions, then the obtained white fate trait's attributes will not change much. But if a golden fate trait has restrictions, then the obtained golden fate trait's attributes will instead undergo incredible changes. It seems that the different colors of these fate traits probably don't fall under the level restriction category, they merely represent different characteristics of the trait's inherent attribute effects. However, for skills like 9 in Manual D, there are level restrictions, so they directly break those level restrictions.
Qin Junlin nodded inwardly, understanding the reason behind it.
Just like one of the white traits, God of Qi Refinement, you will be the God of the Qi Refinement realm, and your Qi Refinement realm levels can reach a maximum of 99,999. Although it's a white trait, its effect is astonishing.
In terms of trait attribute potential, it's even more powerful than some purple traits.
And Qin Junlin's limit break talent characteristic can break the 99,999 level restriction, turning your Qi Refinement realm levels into unlimited. In terms of this effect alone, an unlimited level Qi Refinement realm, if developed cautiously, could probably instantly kill even a great emperor. To some extent, this is already stronger than some stare and get pregnant type of multicolored fate traits.
However,
the variety of multicolor supreme fate trait Jade Slips in the lucky shop of all heavens in 10,000 realms is not unlimited. There are only 30,000 kinds in total. Every time I level up, I directly get 3 unique multicolor supreme fate trait Jade Slips. So what if I've acquired all the multicolor supreme fate trait Jade Slips, and my level continues to increase?
What happens then?
Or, if I clear out all the multicolor supreme fate trait Jade Slips in the lucky shop of all heavens in 10,000 realms, possessing 30,000 kinds of multicolor supreme fate trait Jade Slips myself, and then step-by-step Ascension trait explicitly states that traits will not repeat, what would that look like?
This made Qin Junlin's heart stir with curiosity.
However, such a situation is still quite distant, so there's no need to think too much about it. After all, 30,000 kinds of multicolor supreme fate trait Jade Slips mean he would have to reach level 10,000 before he could acquire them all.
As for clearing out all 30,000 kinds of multicolor supreme fate trait Jade Slips from the shop?
That is indeed possible, but it also means he would probably need to conquer 30,000 universes similar to the Alien Kings to collect that many universal coins of all realms. It's certainly not achievable in the short term.
Money, still too short on money.
He shook his head. Qin Junlin no longer thought about it. Such matters couldn't be rushed anyway, so there was no need to dwell on them too much. There's still one free, any item purchase right left.
Which one should I choose?
Qin Junlin's gaze fell upon those expensive yet incredibly powerful treasures, and among them was the heaven-opening axe.
This damn. It was indeed a bit of a dilemma.
It was at this moment.
Ding!
Due to the successful occupation of the alien universe by Qin Junlin, a conqueror from the Azure Star universe, the Azure Star universe will merge with the alien universe, simultaneously expanding by an equivalent cosmic area. To avoid interference during the merge, Conqueror, please return to the main universe as soon as possible and wait patiently.
Another announcement notification.
Looking once more at the alien universe before him, which had become his territory and was gradually turning illusory, Qin Junlin decided not to linger.
Whoosh! With a thought,
Qin Junlin ended this conquest and returned directly to the Azure Star universe world.
What he didn't know was, at this very moment, across the entire Azure Star, due to the previous All-Heaven Myriad Realms Network cosmic announcement, all hell had broken loose. At this moment,
all major media outlets, news headlines, and billboards on the Azure Star were immediately filled with information about Qin Junlin.
In less than half an hour,
the name Qin Junlin surpassed the 3 most searched words on the internet in the history of Azure Star. Frenzied fans in various places even created countless banners such as, Junlin reigns supreme, invincible in the world, a well-deserved human emperor, congratulations to the human emperor, unparalleled in the world, successful in conquest, ancient sages are no match, the first person on Azure Star, human emperor reappears in the human race, and so on.
In short,
across the entire Azure Star, countless people on the internet were shocked by Qin Junlin's power.
Even the high-ranking officials of Azure Star, the ministers of special departments, because they hadn't expected Qin Junlin to be so extraordinary. He had only recently connected to the All-Heaven Myriad Realms network, and he had already directly destroyed a universe with level 119 cosmic beings?
It should be known that after a series of mutual verifications, this group of powerful individuals standing at the pinnacle of Azure Star had already confirmed that each star level increase for a Dragon Spirit Master was equivalent to a 1 level increase for a cosmic being. A 3-star Dragon Spirit Master corresponded to a level 3 cosmic being, and an 8-star Dragon Spirit Master corresponded to a level 8 cosmic being. Since they didn't know much about the All-Heaven Myriad Realms network yet, they didn't even have the courage to initiate a conquest first. But to their surprise, while they were still hesitating whether to go to war, Qin Junlin had already wiped out an alien universe for Azure Star.
Doesn't this mean that Qin Junlin, as the first human, actually possessed combat power exceeding a terrifying 119-star Dragon Spirit Master?
Just thinking about this, even Lu Zhanxiu, the commander-in-chief of the 9 Provinces Special Department, nominally the strongest combat force in Daxia, couldn't help but feel his heart pound in fear, his eyelids twitching incessantly.
Good heavens! What an outrageous concept this is! For a millennium on Azure Star, the god-tier Dragon Master, sought after by countless Dragon Masters, might not even be an ant in front of Qin Junlin, right?
But what truly made Lu Zhanxiu feel the most absurd and horrified was this. According to the description in the announcement, Qin Junlin's level at that time was only 4.
A 4-star Dragon Master's strength wiped out an alien universe? Is this not a fantastical tale? Could it be that they don't follow the same system? Why is it that while their 4-star Dragon Masters struggle to even blow up a large hill, Qin Junlin can destroy a universe? No one could understand, and no one could answer why.
The only thing he could confirm now was that Qin Junlin would be Azure Star's strongest human emperor in history, recorded in ancient annals, becoming an unparalleled myth passed down through eternity. Old Qin, this young man your daughter fancies seems a bit too fierce. How much more information do you have on him? Hurry up and tell me. Lu Zhanxiu stared, his gaze intensely fixed on Qin Shoucheng.
Hearing this,
Qin Shoucheng gave a helpless, bitter smile. Actually, I don't know much either. What little I do know isn't as much as the information you just retrieved.
Lu Zhanxiu slowly nodded, then looked at a young subordinate nearby and asked, "How is the task I asked you to handle just now?"
Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, as per your instructions, the 9 divisions of the Yanjing Dragon Group have, at the first opportunity, apprehended all members of the Lu family, as well as all forces allied with the Lu family, awaiting further orders. At the same time, all illegal and criminal activities committed by the Lu family and its allied forces over the years have also been compiled. The young subordinate replied respectfully.
That's good.
Mr. Chen has made immeasurable contributions to our Azure Star, and we should naturally present him with a gift. Lu Zhanxiu nodded, gently tapping his fingers on the table a few times.
After their investigation, they naturally learned about the grievances between Qin Junlin's mother and the Lu family from back then.
Originally, he had already planned to return the favor by handing over all members of the Lu family for Qin Junlin to deal with. He just didn't expect that with Qin Junlin's astonishing strength, they practically wouldn't need to intervene.
Let's go. We'll visit Mr. Chen now.
Oh, and bring the Daxia 9 tripod cauldrons. No need to consult with the higher-ups.
Ding! Azure Star Universe and Alien Universe, fusion complete.
Azure Star Universe's spiritual luck has significantly increased, and its cosmic status has been elevated.
Ding!
Congratulations, for successfully conquering the alien world, you have gained sovereignty over Universe ID 0109100093. Therefore, you possess all authority over the part of the universe that Tianlan Star has merged with, and you can separate it at any time. It was precisely when Lu Zhanxiu and others were using the Space Dragon to cross over to the Lu family in Yanjing. Qin Junlin also happened to return to Tianlan Star. After hearing the prompts in his ear, he couldn't help but smile, feeling a good sense of accomplishment in his heart. This so-called universe fusion didn't directly move the alien universe next to Tianlan star. Instead, it was evenly integrated into every part of Tianlan star, whether it was the air, the soil, the plants. Even though the territory of the entire universe had increased, the original plate divisions hadn't changed much. Of course, with the support of such vast cosmic power, the growth rate of various vegetation clearly increased at a visible speed. Various veins containing cosmic energy also appeared in the Earth's veins without anyone noticing. Overall, the improvement of Tianlan star was very significant. And Chen Junlin could clearly perceive all the movements within this part of the merged cosmic territory. He was fully aware of everything on Tianlan star, no matter where it was, and could arbitrarily expel any creatures from it. With a single thought, he could descend to any corner. If he became displeased, he could even peel off the merged alien universe again. In reality, he was now essentially the master of the entire Tianlan star. However, this was mainly because, at present, he was the only one on Tianlan star who had successfully conquered and plundered a universe. If others also successfully plundered a universe and merged it in, they would also possess a portion of the rights. The more universes one conquers, and the more local universes one merges, the greater the power one possesses. Even within the same universe, there is competition. To become the strongest, you must strive to conquer. TSK, they really are trying every possible way to make people conquer and plunder. Chen Junlin couldn't help but sigh with emotion, shaking his head. No longer bothered by these matters, Chen Junlin slowly turned his gaze towards Yanjing, and streaks of indifferent cold light flickered wildly in his eyes. As the absolute master of Tianlan star today, he naturally sensed what was happening at the Lu family. The Lu family of Yanjing. The debts you once owed, it's time to pay them back. Whoosh! With a thought, his entire figure rapidly disappeared from the spot. Yanjing, the Lu family. This ancient and powerful family was currently immersed in a tense atmosphere, with all members of the Lu family looking panicked. They had no idea what was happening or why their family was suddenly surrounded by a group of mysterious, unidentified powerhouses. Even Lu Badian, the strongest fighter in the Lu family, who was now a 6-star peak dragon spirit master, was no match for the opponents. He was severely suppressed by powerful dragon spirits, unable to move an inch. The boundary of this group of mysterious powerhouses was merely 5-star or 6-star dragon spirit masters, yet their combat power was terrifyingly formidable, and their coordination with each other was extraordinarily seamless. Before today, the Lu family members never imagined that as a prominent family in Yanjing, ranked at the top of the 4 major families on the surface, they would turn out to be so vulnerable. Lu Lingxian, the current patriarch of the Lu family and also Chen Junlin's father, stood in the courtyard with a grim expression, watching the powerful dragon spirits with their awe-inspiring presence. A trace of imperceptible worry flickered in his eyes. Lingxian, what? What on earth is going on? I just tried to call my father for help, but I couldn't reach him at all. Beside him, a middle-aged woman, still well-preserved in appearance and figure, shielded a timid teenager of about 10 years old in front of her. She asked in a low voice, her face filled with worry. Lu Lingxian did not answer her. He merely stared intently at the bald man before him. It was this fellow, who was only 40 years old, who had severely injured the Lu family's ancestor, a 6-star peak dragon spirit master, with a single strike. More than 10 years ago, Lu Lingxian used that idiotic bitch's dragon spirit to successfully evolve his original S-rank dragon spirit into an SS-rank dragon spirit, the blazing golden dragon. Not long ago, he even stepped into the ranks of a 6-star dragon spirit master, making him a prodigy among his peers. He didn't even care about the geniuses from the special department. But at this moment, in front of this bald man, he didn't even have the courage to summon his dragon spirit to fight. Special department. Only someone from the special department could possess such extraordinary strength, far exceeding other dragon spirit masters of the same rank. Lu Lingxuan's mind raced, and in an instant, he linked it to many possibilities, including retaliation from his competitors, suppression from rival forces. After all,
Although the Lu family is publicly hailed as the head of the four major families of Yanjing, in reality, the ancient aristocratic families, national elder statesmen, and other hidden powers in Yanjing are the ones who truly hold sway. He had assessed various opponents and possibilities. But ultimately, through the middle-aged woman's words just now, he realized that almost only the special department would dare to make a move against the Lu family, which was publicly known as the head of the four major families of Yanjing. Because the middle-aged woman was his current wife, Shen Huanhuan, whose maternal family had a profound background, proving to be an ancient, long-standing aristocratic family, the Long family. It was said that the apocalyptic disaster 1,000 years ago was precisely due to the substantial financial support from Shen's ancestor, Shen Huanxian, which stabilized the resource demands of the rear, thus earning a significant merits. Even those nation-founding elders had to show them some respect. It was precisely to curry favor with the Shen family back then, to allow the Lu family to rapidly grow, that he didn't hesitate to bear the infamy of being heartless, secretly ridiculed by countless people in Yanjing, and become a scumbag who abandoned his wife and son. And everything over the past decade proved how wise his choice was back then. But now, even the Shen family couldn't be contacted. This meant that his hope of having the Shen family step in to save the Lu family was almost impossible. Although my Lu family did engage in some underhanded dealings, this is something almost all big families do, and it shouldn't be enough to provoke the special department into action, nor even prevent the Shen family from coming to our aid. So, this must be because of that bastard child born to that bitch. That bastard caused such a huge commotion, destroyed the alien universe, which is equivalent to saying that the entire Azure Star now can't do anything to him. It's only normal for the special department's higher-ups to want to use my Lu family to curry favor with him. Upon this thought, Lu Lingxuan's eyes couldn't help but flash with a cold glint, and his hands involuntarily clenched tighter. In fact, ever since he learned that Chen Junlin, the one who successfully enabled Azure Star to achieve cosmic plane advancement, was the very bastard he had abandoned, he had been constantly filled with dread and had summoned the Lu family's high-ranking members to discuss countermeasures. However, before a decision could even be discussed, the entire Lu family was completely suppressed and controlled by this group of mysterious experts from the special department before his eyes. Everything happened too suddenly, too fast. He didn't even have time to react. If only I had known. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted back then. I should have secretly acted and killed that bastard. Otherwise, why would things have come to such a pass? Lu Lingxian was filled with deep regret, but he didn't regret abandoning his wife and son. Instead, he regretted not eradicating the problem at its root, thus leaving behind today's disaster. Because he simply couldn't imagine how a humble bastard, someone he considered worse than a beggar, could, immediately after awakening his dragon spirit, transform into the number one person on Azure Star. Even those mythical tales wouldn't dare be so absurd, would they? Lingxian, speak quickly. I'm so scared right now. Are these people connected to that bastard? MMPH. Shen Huanhuan bit her chin tightly, her pretty face somewhat pale, speaking tremblingly. But before she could finish, Lu Lingxian directly clapped a hand over her mouth. At the same time, Lu Lingxian cursed silently to himself. This foolish woman is truly stupid to the core, daring to speak Chen Junlin's name in front of so many people. If she wants to die, she shouldn't drag him down with her. Boom! It was at this moment that an overwhelmingly powerful aura suddenly descended. Everyone couldn't help but look up at the sky, only to see a figure slowly descending, and the aura made it impossible to breathe. The person who arrived was none other than Chen Junlin. His gaze was cold, and wherever it fell, it made all the Lu family members present tremble with fear and despair. It's him! It really is him. That bastard who was abandoned by Lu Lingxian back then. He's clearly here to settle old scores with their Lu family. Mr. Chen, you're here? The bald man, who was the 9th team leader of the Dragon Group, saw Chen Junlin appear. How could he still put on airs? He quickly ran forward and respectfully saluted. However, Chen Junlin had no mind to pay attention to him, his eyes fixed on Lu Lingxian and Shen Huanhuan and her son beside him. What? Scared? Chen Junlin's gaze was like electricity, his tone cold, and his face full of sarcasm, saying, Lu Lingxian, do you think by shutting her mouth, you can cover up your ugly sins?
Lu Lingxuan's heart trembled violently.
Feeling Qin Junlin's powerful aura, he felt as if there was nowhere to hide. Death. If the other party made a move, he would surely die. This was the only thought in Lu Lingxuan's mind. He suppressed the fear and despair in his heart, forcing a smile. Junlin, I let you and your mother down back then, but after all, blood is thicker than water. You and I are father and son. Ah. Ah. My hand. But.
Before Lu Lingxian could finish speaking, a pillar-like gush of blood sprayed out from his right hand, which was covering Shen Huanhuan's mouth. In an instant, blood gushed out, forming a tragic and beautiful arc in the air like a fountain, splashing directly onto the faces of Shen Huanhuan and her son. That burning sensation was like a branding iron, as if it left a scorching pain on their skin.
Ah! Blood!
Shen Huanhuan screamed, subconsciously wiping the blood from her face, but the blood was like a naughty child, running wild on her face, impossible to wipe clean. Lu Lingxuan's left hand tightly clutched his blood-soaked right arm. The pain of the severed limb twisted his entire face, but he endured it without groaning.
Father and son? Are you worthy?
Chen Junlin sneered with disdain. Junlin, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong, please let us go.
I let you down, and even more so, Shen Yao. I'll kowtow to you, okay.
Shen Huanhuan finally couldn't help but speak, her eyes filled with pleading and fear, no longer bearing the arrogant demeanor she had at Chen Junlin's mother's funeral.
Shut up! Chen Junlin snapped. Your apology, I don't need it, nor will I accept it. I'm here today only to settle the old scores between us.
Chen Junlin's voice was like thunder from the 9 heavens, terrifying everyone present.
Suddenly,
Chen Junlin raised an eyebrow, glanced at his younger brother who had peed himself from fright, and a sinister smile involuntarily crept to the corner of his mouth.
He. Lu Lingxian, didn't you always say that father-son love runs deep, and blood is thicker than water?
Well now, I'm giving you a chance, only one of you and him can live.
How will you choose?
You. Lu Lingxian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He stared wide-eyed, disbelievingly at Chen Junlin, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. Shen Huanhuan's screams and the child's cries seemed to be swallowed by an invisible fear at this moment. The other party's intention was clearly to make him kill his own son with his own hands, or to have his son kill him. This method, it was simply too ruthless.
Shen Huanhuan, even paler, trembled uncontrollably.
She held her son tightly, instinctively shielding him with her body, as if this could give him a sense of security. She didn't even dare to speak to Lu Lingxian anymore, tears welling up in her eyes, because she knew Lu Lingxuan's character very well. If he wanted to save his life, he might actually go through with it. Everyone around, including the dragon group and their entourage, held their breath, not daring to make a sound.
The atmosphere was extremely tense.
Although somewhat cruel, this was clearly Mr. Chen Junlin's personal act of revenge, and they had no reason or right to stop him.
Chen Junlin! Do you really have to be so absolute? Lu Lingxian suppressed the pain, anger, and indignation in his heart, struggling to ask. Chen Junlin scoffed disdainfully, absolute? Did you ever think of that word when you dealt with my mother and me back then? What?
Such a simple matter, the Lu family had already made his choice 10 years ago.
Now, can't you make a choice anymore? Chen Junlin's voice was full of sarcasm and cold indifference. Lu Lingxian looked up at Shen Huanhuan and Lu Yifan beside him, a flash of painful struggle in his eyes.
On one side was his flesh and blood, on the other, his life. This was a choice no one could easily make.
But soon,
when he looked again at Chen Junlin's cold and heartless face, that trace of struggle was replaced by a look of grim determination. His body was already drenched in cold sweat, twitching continuously. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Shen Huanhuan and her son in front of him and said with difficulty, Huanhuan, You. What are you trying to do? Don't come over. Lu Lingxian, you heartless man, he's your own son, you're his father.
Shen Huanhuan's blood-stained face showed terror and despair.
Her body trembled wildly with fear as she hugged Lu Yifan, backing away repeatedly. She hadn't expected this deranged beast, in order to survive, would actually lay hands on his own son.
Emerald Lotus Dragon. Thousand Lotus Guard. Green Stem Entanglement.
In an instant, Shen Huan, in a moment of desperation, summoned her dragon spirit to protect her son.
Immediately,
Green vines, one after another, spewed from the mouth of the green leaf lotus dragon, swiftly wrapping around Lu Lingxian.
at the same time, lotus phantoms, one after another, emerged from the lotus dragon scales on the green leaf lotus dragon's body, quickly encircling Shen Huan and her son.
A fierce glint flashed in Lu Lingxuan's eyes. He knew this was his only chance. To survive, he had to be ruthless.
Chen Junlin. In front of so many people, I hope you keep your word. He let out a roaring shout.
Lu Lingxian instantly summoned his SS-rank dragon spirit, the blazing golden light dragon. Although Chen Junlin had severed one of his arms, greatly reducing his power, dealing with a mere auxiliary greenleaf lotus dragon was almost effortless.
Lu Lingxian, how dare you?
Shen Huan screamed hoarsely, tears blurring her vision.
However, Lu Lingxian had completely lost his mind.
He commanded the blazing golden light dragon to spit golden dragon flames, instantly incinerating the vines into nothingness. The lotus phantom shields also began to waver.
Father-in-law, mother-in-law.
You loved Yifan so much, are you just going to stand by and watch him die?
In despair, Shen Huan could only plead with the old patriarch of the Lu family and the others.
But the two remained silent. And the other Lu family members around them, one by one, turned their heads away. They were in enough trouble themselves, how could they care about others' lives or deaths? Moreover, at this moment, anyone with a clear mind could see that Chen Junlin was determined to torment Lu Lingxian, and no one dared to cross him. Perhaps, after Chen Junlin vented his hatred, he would spare the rest of the Lu family members? After all, it was Lu Lingxian who abandoned his wife and son, not them.
Lu Lingxian, you beast, do you really have the heart to do this? Don't you love Fanner at all?
Shen Huan stared at Lu Lingxian, her face full of despair and pain.
Dad. Daddy. I'm so scared.
Lu Yifan's eyes were filled with fear.
He trembled and whispered, trying to awaken Lu Lingxuan's humanity.
A flicker of pain crossed Lu Lingxuan's eyes, but his resolve did not waver.
He clenched his fists tightly and roared hoarsely, I do have the heart. If you don't die today, then all of us will die.
In this world, only the strong can survive.
This is reality. Ah. Ah. Ah.
Lu Lingxian howled in agony, his eyes bloodshot, looking like a crazed demon.
And at that moment, Shen Huan's greenleaf lotus dragon finally couldn't withstand the pressure.
The dragon spirit let out a mournful cry, instantly devoured by the raging flames, and the lotus phantoms completely dissipated.
No! Shen Huan, stripped of her dragon spirit's protection, let out a heart-wrenching scream of despair.
She used all her strength to push Lu Yifan away, but was instantly engulfed by the flames herself.
Mother!
Lu Yifan's eyes widened in horror, witnessing his mother being consumed by flames. He was heartbroken but powerless.
In the blink of an eye,
Lu Yifan, who was already panic-stricken and weak in the knees, was also engulfed by the dragon's flames.
Terrifying screams echoed incessantly, chilling to the bone. Huan. Yifan.
Lu Lingxuan's heart seemed to be burning in the raging fire. At this moment, he seemed to have a sudden realization, aware that he had committed an irreparable mistake, but it was all too late. Shen Huan's figure vanished in the firelight, leaving behind a trail of tears and despair. Lu Yifan's wails were like sharp blades, tearing through Lu Lingxuan's heart.
At this moment, Lu Lingxuan's body felt drained of strength.
He knelt on the ground, staring at the flames, his eyes filled with endless regret and pain.
Chen Junlin, are you satisfied now?
He looked up at Chen Junlin, his voice hoarse and despairing, his eyes faintly bleeding. Ha, splendid, truly splendid. What a Lu family patriarch, constantly proclaiming that blood is thicker than water and cherishing father-son bonds. Chen Junlin immediately clapped his hands and burst into laughter.
Deal. Since Patriarch Lu is so resolute, I will keep my promise and give you a chance to live. However, Patriarch Lu still needs to be careful. Next time we meet, I will kill you.
Chen Junlin grinned, and with a flicker, his figure vanished from the spot.
Such a scene
Instantly left Lu Lingxian, as well as the surrounding Lu family members and all members of the dragon group, bewildered.
Chen Junlin, actually, let him off so easily?
Lu Lingxian looked at the two charred black bodies in front of him, a flicker of pain and deep hatred in the depths of his eyes. If he had the chance, he swore he would avenge today's humiliation.
But, with a swish, to everyone's surprise,
Chen Junlin suddenly reappeared on the spot, a playful smile on his face, and said mockingly to Lu Lingxian in front of him,
"Hey! Patriarch Lu! We meet again. You!"
Lu Lingxuan's eyes widened, looking at Chen Junlin in disbelief, his terror indescribable.
Chen Junlin's method was clearly meant to toy with him.
He never intended to let him go from the very beginning.
But he, incredibly, naively believed it. He personally killed his wife and son.
This was Chen Junlin's deliberate revenge.
To make him suffer. To make him despair. Ah! Chen Junlin, you are breaking your promise.
Lu Lingxian roared in helpless rage, so furious that drops of fresh blood began to seep from his eyes, mouth, and ears. He already knew that today he was utterly defeated, completely played by Chen Junlin.
Promise? Patriarch Lu, everyone here is watching. I already gave you a chance, as promised.
Chen Junlin sneered, his eyes filled with indifference, then looked at the 9th team leader of the dragon group next to him, and asked with a smile, "You all saw it, right?" The bald dragon group leader immediately replied, "That's right.
We all saw it.
Mr. Chen did give you a chance, and he even warned you in the end. It was you yourself who chose not to leave just now.
Mr. Chen did absolutely nothing wrong. And he certainly didn't break any promise." After saying that,
the bald dragon group leader also secretly sighed with emotion in his heart. As a leader of the dragon group, he knew very well that in this world, only the strong make the rules. And now, Mr. Chen was undoubtedly that strong one. An absolutely invincible powerhouse, one whom any force or any strong individual on Sky Blue Star could only look up to. Any words from Mr. Chen were the rules.
Ah!
Chen Junlin, you bastard, just like that bitch Qin Yao, you all deserve to die.
Go to hell. Sacrificial elegy. Lament of Dragon's Flame.
Upon hearing the dragon group leader's words, Lu Lingxian could no longer suppress the despair, fear, and pain within him. He channeled all the strength of his lifetime, activating his SS Great Dragon Spirit, unleashing an unprecedented sacrificial killing move that blasted towards Chen Junlin. He already knew that Chen Junlin would never let him go, and to eliminate future troubles, perhaps even the entire Lu family would be eradicated. So, his only chance to survive now was to seize the opportunity to sneak attack and kill Chen Junlin. For this, he sacrificed 20 years of his lifespan, and his entire body almost instantly withered with age. But, as long as Chen Junlin was killed, all problems would cease to be problems.
Mr. Chen, be careful. The bald dragon group leader's face changed drastically, and he quickly warned.
He didn't expect Lu Lingxian to be willing to sacrifice 20 years of his life for a desperate fight. Such a terrifying killing move, even he wouldn't dare to confront head-on. However, facing Lu Lingxuan's frantic counterattack, Chen Junlin remained calm and unhurried. His eyes flickered with disdain, as if everything was under control. As the powerful sacrificial killing move Lament of Dragon's Flame surged forward with an aura of destruction, he gently raised his hand, and an invisible energy fluctuation emanated from his palm.
You think such a trick can hurt me? Chen Junlin's voice was calm and firm, and a mocking smile even hung at the corner of his mouth.
He gently raised his hand and waved it seemingly casually, and the violent dragon flame disappeared without a trace, as if it had encountered a black hole. Your confidence is nothing more than this.
Chen Junlin's disdainful voice echoed in the air. Such meager damage wouldn't even be enough to tickle the alien king.
Lu Lingxuan's eyes widened in disbelief, watching his full strength strike, which had cost him decades of life, being so easily neutralized. His mental state began to completely collapse. His body was the first to give way, the speed of aging accelerating, like a flickering candle in the wind.
No, impossible.
Lu Lingxian shouted hoarsely, I paid 20 years of my life, how could you possibly?
You're not worthy.
Chen Junlin cut him off, in this world, there are some things you can never imagine.
At this moment, the surrounding atmosphere became unusually oppressive. Everyone could feel the powerful aura emanating from Chen Junlin.
Before this aura, they were as insignificant as ants. Lu Lingxuan's body finally couldn't bear it any longer and he collapsed to his knees, his eyes filled with despair and regret. He knew that his life was about to end.
Ha ha ha. Chen Junlin, even if you kill me, what then? Don't you just want to see me suffer, regret, and admit my mistakes?
You wish.
Even if I, Lu Lingxian, die, I will never regret it, much less admit any wrong.
I won't regret abandoning you and that bitch I'll only regret not strangling you, you bastard, sooner. Lu Lingxian seemed to have foreseen his inevitable death and started laughing maniacally, glaring at Chen Junlin with gritted teeth. Chen Junlin's gaze was like a burning torch, coldly staring at Lu Lingxian, as if looking at a stranger with whom he had no connection. He slowly raised his hand, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify with it. You truly won't regret it, because your heart has long lost its humanity. Chen Junlin's voice was cold, like the north wind in winter.
Do you think your remorse matters to me?
Chen Junlin sneered, today, what I want is not just your life, but also the destruction of your Lu family.
Giving my mother justice is enough.
As soon as he finished speaking,
Chen Junlin's figure flickered, instantly appearing before Lu Lingxian, and he clamped a hand around his throat, squeezing hard.
Ugh! Lu Lingxuan's face instantly turned red, his eyeballs bulged, and he struggled to breathe. He tried to resist, but his body was as if fixed, unable to move.
Bastard!
You! Lu Lingxian managed to squeeze out a few words with great difficulty.
Don't worry.
Even if you die, don't expect to find liberation. Chen Junlin grinned grimly, the strength in his hand gradually increasing.
Lu Lingxuan's breath grew weaker and weaker, until he was ultimately strangled to death.
Whoosh!
The next second,
a shimmering talisman appeared in Chen Junlin's left hand.
True Spirit Eternal Calamity Talisman.
It can keep the true spirit suspended in the long river of destiny, unable to transcend, unable to enter reincarnation, enduring the most agonizing myriad calamities from all heavens and myriad realms every single day, with the pain doubling daily, endlessly, forever. Its value, 100 trillion universal realm coins. It's expensive and a bit useless, but Chen Junlin felt it was worth it. Crack! The energy within the talisman in his hand instantly condensed, transforming into a beam of light that swiftly shot into Lu Lingxuan's soul, then wrapped around it and hurtled towards the river of destiny.
Gasp! Everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Although they didn't know what that beam of light was, they knew it was absolutely not simple.
And then they remembered Chen Junlin's words just now. This Lu Lingxian, they feared, would have to endure unimaginable torment. Chen Junlin withdrew his hand, his gaze sweeping over the Lu family members, a slight smirk playing at the corner of his mouth, a smile that sent shivers down one's spine. From today onwards, the Lu family shall cease to exist. His voice was like a pronouncement, making everyone present feel an invisible pressure. As Chen Junlin's words fell, all the members of the Lu family turned pale. They understood that after today, the Lu family would become history. No, Chen Junlin, you've already had your revenge.
Spare me. That was Lu Lingxuan's fault, it has nothing to do with me. I'm willing to re-enter your name into the Lu family tree.
And I can erect a monument for your mother, Chen Yao, and place her spirit tablet in the ancestral shrine.
Chen Junlin, we. Bang!
A burst sounded, and a mist of blood erupted.
It was the head of the Lu family's old patriarch exploding. Bang!
Another cloud of blood mist.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sky was filled with blood mist, like magnificent blooming cluster amaryllis, eerie and bizarre, a shocking sight. The entire 9-member team of the Dragon Group watched, their faces aghast and pale, as this bloody, terrifying scene unfolded before them, making their scalps tingle and their hearts pound with fear. Chen Junlin's gaze was cold, completely unaffected by the pleas and promises of the Lu family members. In the past, these people expelled his mother and humiliated her in every way at her funeral, even smashing her spirit tablet.
And now they claim innocence? Want him to change his mind? To let the Lu family go? Finally, when the entire Lu family was left with only the dragon group and his own party, Chen Junlin then looked up at the sky. "Mother, do you see this, from your spirit in heaven? I have avenged you and made the Lu family pay the price they deserved." Chen Junlin murmured softly, but a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. On Earth, he had been an orphan. In this life, he had finally experienced a mother's love, only for it to end in such regret. He had also considered using some methods from the Myriad World's lucky shop, such as resurrection spells, soul retrieval techniques, resurrection holy grails, hoping to resurrect his mother. But all these methods were only useful for universes where Azure Blue Star had been digitized within the Myriad Worlds system. In other words, the registration of Azure Blue Star within the Myriad Worlds network began when the current universe completed its advancement. Everything within the universe before this advancement was considered completely blank, essentially overwritten. However, you can rest assured, I will surely find an opportunity to truly bring you back to life one day. A look of determination flashed in Chen Junlin's eyes. The Myriad Worlds network is indeed powerful. However, in his opinion, it might not necessarily be the true limit. It's simply that he isn't strong enough yet, temporarily unable to overcome the barrier from the Myriad Worlds web. Rumble. Rumble. It was at this moment. In the void, intensely turbulent spatial fluctuations suddenly began to spread. Immediately after, figures exuding incredibly powerful auras appeared one after another before Chen Junlin. Among this group, the leader was none other than Lu Zhanxiu, the Director General of the Special Department. Behind him followed other Special Department directors and elites, jointly carrying an ancient bronze cauldron, and the Xin, Bai, and other families allied with the Lu family, who were trapped by the Space Dragon's spatial prison. Clearly, Lu Zhanxiu and his team rushed over immediately after learning of Chen Junlin's presence at the Lu family residence. And Lu Zhanxiu and the others, looking at the piles of headless corpses and blood spilled everywhere, couldn't help but gasp. However, having experienced major storms, they were seasoned individuals. Lu Zhanxiu almost instantly composed himself, walked directly up to Chen Junlin, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Mr. Chen Junlin, thank you for your trouble. For helping us deal with the Lu family, this large criminal organization. I, Chen Zhanxiu, represent all members of the Special Department in expressing our sincere respect to you." Chen Zhanxiu? Aren't you surnamed Lu? Chen Junlin raised an eyebrow, looking at Lu Zhanxiu with a hint of surprise as he asked. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhanxiu, without a flush or a skipped beat, answered earnestly, "My heart is filled with admiration for Mr. Chen Junlin. I have long regarded you as my role model. To show my reverence for you, I have decided to change my surname to Chen." Xin Shouzheng and the others beside them, seeing this, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. This old man's desire to survive is so strong that he's even sacrificing his dignity? Why hadn't they noticed this before? Isn't it just because he saw that Mr. Chen Junlin seemed to have an enmity with the Lu family, worried that his Lu surname would cause offense, and at the same time wanted to show off to curry favor, that he decided to change his surname to Chen? Chen Junlin, upon hearing this, a playful smile flashed across his face. He felt a myriad of emotions in his heart, thinking, this is reality. When one possesses absolute power, even the Director General of the Special Department of Azure Star must be cautious and humble. He gently patted Lu Zhanxiu's shoulder and said indifferently, "Director Lu, I appreciate your intentions, but changing one's surname is a big matter and requires careful consideration." Lu Zhanxiu's heart tightened upon hearing this, and he quickly stated, "Mr. Chen Junlin, I already consider you my guiding light. I have thoroughly considered the matter of changing my surname, and I have no intention of going back on it." Chen Junlin nodded slightly, no longer dwelling on the issue. He then turned his gaze to the Xin, Bai, and other family forces trapped within the spatial prison. His eyes turned cold. He had no goodwill whatsoever towards these families who had once colluded with the Lu family. "Mr. Chen Junlin, How do you think these people should be dealt with?
Seeing this, Lu Zhanqiu also hurriedly and cautiously asked. Chen Junlin pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "How to deal with them is naturally a matter for the special department."
How can I overstep my bounds?
Lu Zhanqiu was slightly taken aback, not expecting Chen Junlin to let him decide. He realized he would have to handle this well and prove himself. His gaze swept over the trapped family factions one by one, and recalling Chen Junlin's hatred for the Lu family, he made a decision.
Compared to displeasing Chen Junlin, the number one person on Azure Star, and causing turmoil on Azure Star, what were these aristocratic families worth? Since these people colluded with the Lu family, they should be punished the same way as the Lu family. Execute them.
With Lu Zhanqiu's command, the elites of the special department quickly moved into action, beheading members of the Shen family, Bai family, and other families one by one directly in front of Chen Junlin.
No! Lord, spare our lives. We are willing to surrender all our assets.
These once high and mighty aristocratic scions, at this moment, all had ashen faces, their eyes filled with fear and unwillingness, desperately wailing and begging for mercy. For a moment, the pungent smell of blood permeated the entire Lu family compound.
Chen Junlin watched this scene, with not much emotion in his heart.
Because he knew very well that in this world, the law of the jungle was an eternal truth. These people were deeply entangled with the Lu family, many through marriage. If he showed mercy today, it would be hard to guarantee that these people wouldn't become a menace if they acquired some fortuitous opportunity. Since he, Chen Junlin, had chosen revenge, he should cut the grass and eliminate the roots.
And after all this was done, Lu Zhanqiu, now he should be called Chen Zhanqiu, once again respectfully said to Chen Junlin, "Mr. Chen Junlin, you have made unimaginable contributions to Azure Star, a deed for all ages, truly a great saint of merit, deserving of human temples and incense. Therefore, after joint discussion by the high-level officials of Great Xia, we have decided to build a temple and erect a golden statue for you, so that future generations can revere you and protect the peace of the world. At the same time, to show our respect for you, the special department has decided to bestow upon you the 9 tripods of Great Xia,"
Chen Zhanqiu said with a solemn expression.
Hearing the words 9 tripods of Great Xia, a hint of surprise flashed in Chen Junlin's eyes.
The 9 tripods of Great Xia were legendary national treasures, possessing extraordinary power, seemingly capable of mobilizing a trace of the nation's destiny. The director of the 9 provinces special department could use them to summon the ancient 9 provinces grand array, unleashing incredibly powerful might. Legend had it that they had always been regarded as treasures by the special department, and now they were to be bestowed upon him? Are you sure? Chen Junlin asked with a frown. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhanqiu immediately replied respectfully, "The 9 tripods can suppress the destiny of Great Xia and protect the peace of its billions of people. They are a significant national treasure of Great Xia, with extraordinary meaning. Therefore, although our special department believes it is unworthy and lacks the virtue to misuse them, we still strive to maintain them, daring not to lose them. However, now, you alone, sir, are the crucial asset of our Great Xia nation. You are the destiny of all its people. Of all things under heaven, only you, sir, are truly worthy of this." Beside them, Qin Shoucheng reacted swiftly, seizing the opportunity to add, "Exactly.
Please rest assured, Mr. Chen.
Our Special Operations Department has made this decision after careful consideration. This Great Xia 9 cauldrons is bestowed upon you as a fitting tribute for your contributions to Azure Planet. Moreover, we believe that only you in this world can unleash its true power and safeguard our Great Xia 9 provinces." The other ministers of the Special Operations Department also echoed their agreement, expressing no objections.
It was a no-brainer. Given Chen Junlin's current power, the entire Azure Planet would practically be his already.
It was better to do them a favor and voluntarily hand over the 9 cauldrons. Seeing this, Chen Junlin couldn't help but be filled with emotion. Such were the benefits of immense power. If he hadn't surpassed everyone by such an insurmountable margin, like an uncrossable chasm, he likely wouldn't have acquired the Great Xia 9 cauldrons so easily. He pondered for a moment, then, under everyone's gaze, slowly nodded and replied, "Since you trust me so much, then I shall not decline." After all, at such a moment, to refuse again would seem rather disingenuous.
With that,
Chen Junlin gently waved his hand, effortlessly gripping the ancient and massive bronze cauldron. His gaze, sharp as a torch, fell upon the 9 cauldrons, as if it could penetrate all secrets of the world. Qin Shoucheng and Shen Zhanqiu exchanged glances, both seeing the astonishment in the other's eyes.
This great Xia 9 cauldrons was extraordinary. It was a treasure that emerged when the dragon pulse of the Great Wall manifested during Azure Planet's existential crisis. Not only was it enormous, a full 9 jiang and 9 qi tall, but its weight was also astounding, comparable to 9 mantai, to the point where multiple members of their special operations department had to work together just to lift it. Yet, unexpectedly,
Chen Junlin merely waved his hand and took the 9 cauldrons directly, even forcibly shrinking it into a small toy that he played with in his hands. Such inconceivable methods were practically on par with those of gods and immortals, weren't they?
No wonder
Chen Junlin was able to single-handedly annihilate the alien world, which had once brought terrifying disaster to Azure Planet. However, they still couldn't comprehend why Chen Junlin's strength was so outrageous, especially since he had only awakened his dragon spirit less than a day ago. What kind of incredible fortune did Chen Junlin obtain during that plane advancement trial? At this moment, Chen Zhanqiu and the others, including most people on Azure Planet, basically believed that Chen Junlin's resurgence was likely due to a powerful opportunity he gained during the plane advancement trial assessment.
Otherwise, all of you are dragon spirit masters. Even if you possess an ultimate SSS grade dragon spirit, the gap shouldn't be this outrageous, right?
Although ultimate SSS grade dragon spirit masters have only appeared a dozen times in 1,000 years, making them incredibly rare, each of them possesses terrifying strength that crushes peers within the same realm.
However, even they couldn't possibly be as unbelievably powerful as Chen Junlin. Chen Junlin didn't pay attention to the thoughts of others around him. He gently toyed with the great Xia 9 cauldrons in his hand, a strong interest in it growing within him. According to textbooks on Azure Star, this 9 cauldrons is said to possess miraculous powers. It gathers the fate and destiny of Great Xia's 9 provinces, inherits the legacy of Great Xia civilization, and is the supreme treasure protecting Great Xia. Back then, it was precisely because of the protection of this item and the true dragons manifested by the Great Wall that when Azure Star suffered a catastrophic tribulation, other empires besides Great Xia, such as the Sakura Kingdom and the White Elephant Kingdom, were all reduced to ruins. On the vast Azure Star, ultimately only Great Xia remained as the sole surviving empire, which can be attributed crucially to the protection of the 9 cauldrons. What met the eye? The Great Xia 9 cauldrons stood 9 jiang and 9 qi tall, symbolizing the dignity and majesty of the 9 provinces.
It was entirely bronze, with 9 divine dragons carved upon it, each in its own lifelike posture. At the base of the 9 cauldrons, 8 characters were inscribed: Great Xia's 9 provinces, fortune forever prosperous, displaying its extraordinary origins. The people of Great Xia can, through certain methods, summon the hidden power within the 9 cauldrons to protect the lands of Great Xia. It is said that once, a purgatory-level otherworld insect disaster descended, causing heavy losses to Great Xia in just 3 days. In the end, the ministers of the 9 provinces' special department worked together, using this very artifact to forcefully subdue the purgatory-level otherworld. And at this moment, perhaps because the entire Azure Star had joined the Myriad Worlds network and completed its digitalization, the 9 cauldrons, much like artifacts in online games, began to display some of its manifested attribute effects.
Great Xia 9 cauldrons. Grade: unsealed. Effect: unsealed.
Under Chen Junlin's gaze, the attribute effects of this human race's supreme treasure, the Great Xia 9 cauldrons, appeared before him, but they were in an unsealed state. This caused Chen Junlin to cast a meaningful glance at Lu Zhanqiu and the others. Now that Azure Star had completed its digitalized advancement, Lu Zhanqiu and the others must have also known about the situation of the Great Xia 9 cauldrons.
However, they didn't know how to unseal it, nor could they ascertain its specific attribute effects. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have so generously offered it up. Of course, Chen Junlin wouldn't mind these little schemes. Since it was already in his hands, they could forget about taking it back. Just as he was about to try activating his dragon power to see if he could unseal it, suddenly, ding!
Due to your limit break talent characteristic, the unsealed restriction of the Great Xia 9 Provinces Cauldron has been lifted.
Ding!
You have obtained the Great Xia 9 Provinces Cauldron in perfect condition.
Ding! You have unsealed the special human path treasure, the Great Xia 9 Provinces Cauldron.
You are the first person in your cosmic plane to unseal a special treasure and will enjoy exclusive ownership of this special treasure. You have gained the favor of the human Tao's fortune and acquired the human emperor status unique throughout all heavens. Human emperor status, supreme ruler of the human Tao. Acting as an emperor of the human Tao will grant you the blessing of the human Tao's fortune, immense prosperity, eternal life, immunity from celestial and divine interference, and protection from all malevolent forces.
Great Xia 9 Provinces Cauldron.
Grade, special, exclusive, unique.
Effect 1, Sovereign of all under heaven.
By gathering the faith of all people and spreading and enhancing the empire's reputation, you can boost national fortune, thereby strengthening the foundation of the populace. For every 1 point of faith or reputation you gain, national fortune simultaneously increases by 1 point, and the attack and defense of all citizens of the empire simultaneously increase by 1 point.
Effect 2, Supreme Sovereign.
By actively consuming 99 points of national fortune per second, you can increase the wielder's all attribute stats by 99%, reduce enemy attack power by 99%, and reduce your own skill cooldowns by 99%.
Effect 3, 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, 72 concubines. Effect 3, 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, 72 concubines.
A lone yang cannot flourish, a lone yin cannot create life. As a human emperor, you must have a harem to consolidate the foundation of your eternal dynasty. For every concubine you officially appoint to the harem, the national fortune unconditionally increases by 1%, your own all-around basic attributes increase by 1%, and you gain an additional 10,000 points of national fortune power daily. This particular effect made Chen Junlin slightly stunned.
In Earth's traditional culture, 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, 72 concubines represented the ancient emperor's harem system, symbolizing supreme power and nobility.
He never expected that among the attribute effects of this 9 provinces cauldron, there would be such a provision, and an incredibly overpowered one at that. As long as he appointed a concubine, he could unconditionally increase national fortune by 1%, and gain additional national fortune power every day. This, combined with the first 2 effects of the Great Xia 9 Provinces Cauldron, was simply too outrageous. Even if he did nothing else, wouldn't he become invincible by simply continuously taking in concubines? Effect 4, Wrath of the Human Emperor. Consumes 10,000 points of national fortune power to unleash the wrath of the human emperor, dealing unavoidable destructive true damage to hostile targets, with no cooldown.
Effect 5, Radiance of Humanity.
The more citizens there are, the stronger the national fortune. The fertility rate of all citizens increases by 50%. For every additional citizen, you gain 1 point in all basic attribute bonuses. Effect 6, Everlasting Humanity. You can summon the grand array of the 9 provinces heaven and earth, and gather the 9 province dragon veins by condensing the will of the people. Within the grand array, when your or your subject's HP drops below 1%, the inheritance fire effect will automatically trigger, instantly restoring 30% of your HP and increasing your attack and defense by 30%, with no cooldown. Though humans may be like fireflies, they still possess the ambition to soar to the heavens. As long as the inheritance fire does not extinguish, humanity shall prosper forever.
Oh my!
Chen Junlin exclaimed in his heart, good heavens! He hadn't expected the Great Xia 9 tripod cauldrons from the Azure Star to be so remarkably potent. They were fiercer than 99% of the supreme treasures found in the lucky shop of the myriad heavens. And, it's also unique throughout all the heavens. In the entire myriad heavens, only I possess the 9 tripod cauldrons, and only I am the true human emperor? This was undoubtedly an unexpected surprise for Chen Junlin. Chen Junlin was filled with joy and surprise. He knew that with the Great Xia 9 tripod cauldrons, his status as human emperor meant he wielded supreme power. However, with great power comes great responsibility. Many of the 9 tripod cauldrons effects are linked to national destiny. To truly maximize the cauldron's potential, the improvement of national destiny cannot be ignored. Although continuously taking concubines can increase one's combat power and national destiny, if one truly indulges recklessly and takes concubines without restraint, it might be fine for a short time, but sooner or later it will lead to public discontent and harm the national destiny. The primary methods to boost national destiny still rely on prestige and faith. Faith, naturally, comes from the faith of the subjects, and is closely related to their strength. As for prestige, that is naturally earned through battle. If the name of the great Xia nation can resound throughout the myriad heavens and be renowned for all eternity, its prestige value will naturally be immeasurable. Chen Junlin hadn't expected that upon unsealing the 9 tripod cauldrons, he would actually become the human emperor. Considering his current strength, within the entire Azure Star, he could indeed be called a human emperor, fully qualified to hold this title. However, to truly fulfill the identity of human emperor, there was a prerequisite: the submission of all people. Whether through suppression or other means. Only by gaining the recognition of all people can one truly be considered to have integrated the human emperor divine status. It's just that the great Xia nation on Azure Star had abolished the so-called imperial feudal system thousands of years ago, advocating for equality among all. Would it even allow the existence of a human emperor? Pondering this, Chen Junlin looked at Lu Zhanqiu and Qin Shoujing beside him, then simply waved his hand and straightforwardly revealed the attributes of the great Xia 9 tripod cauldrons. Instantly, Lu Zhanqiu and Qin Shoujing's gazes were drawn to it, and when they saw the heaven-defying attributes of the great Xia 9 tripod cauldrons, their expressions all changed dramatically, revealing deep incredulity in their eyes. Gasp! Accompanied by gasps of cold air, everyone present was utterly shocked beyond measure. Such a treasure could only be described as defying the heavens. No one expected that the 9 tripods of Great Xia, after being unsealed, would possess such inconceivable abilities. Undoubtedly, whoever could possess the 9 tripods of Great Xia would be a true contemporary human emperor capable of controlling everything. However, everyone present understood that such a treasure was definitely not something an ordinary person was qualified to possess. Especially since they had just given this supreme treasure to Chen Junlin, the number 1 person on Azure Star, who was comparable to a deity. Clearly, Chen Junlin's status had become even more unassailable. No one under heaven was qualified to snatch the 9 tripods or contend for the human emperor title. Therefore, after a brief silence, Lu Zhanqiu was the first to react, then led everyone present to kneel down in unison, shouting loudly, "Greetings, human emperor." At this moment, the tone of everyone present was filled with awe and loyalty, not daring to voice any dissent whatsoever. This was akin to what would happen on Earth if deities from ancient myths truly descended into reality. Even if they did nothing, a multitude of people would undoubtedly prostrate themselves in worship. And now, Chen Junlin was no different from a deity. Seeing how sensible this group of people was, Chen Junlin also nodded slightly, secretly sighing to himself. Strength truly is a wondrous thing. It can inspire awe, compel submission, and even shatter existing rules and order. At the same time, those hidden powerhouses of Great Xia who witnessed this scene through their communication tools all fell silent, not even daring to breathe. After a long while, then, a sigh echoed. Everyone, it was Chen Junlin who led the entire Azure Star to complete its cosmic advancement, which is a result of immense significance for all time. And his personal strength also qualifies him to be the human emperor. Now, even the 9 cauldrons of Kyushu have recognized him as their master, bestowing upon him the status of human emperor. Strength, merit, status. He has it all, and he is truly deserving. I imagine you all have no objections, do you? Again, there was silence. No one spoke. A moment later, a resolute voice once again emanated from within the room. Issue the order immediately, starting today. Chen Junlin shall be the human emperor of Great Xia, and the people of Great Xia shall revere the human emperor. Swish! At the behest of Great Xia's highest echelon, almost instantly, this order spread throughout the entire Azure Star. However, there were hardly any objections to this command. After all, they had indeed received numerous benefits thanks to Chen Junlin.
For most ordinary citizens, who holds power is not truly important as long as they can live safely and comfortably, that is enough. And now, with the unprecedented changes in the landscape of the entire Azure Star, perhaps only Chen Junlin has the ability and qualification to lead Azure Star to carve out a place for itself in the myriad heavens network? Therefore, the matter of honoring Chen Junlin as the human emperor was accomplished with almost no effort. And at the very moment Chen Junlin completed the integration of the human emperor status, Chen Junlin felt countless surges of faith power from the people of Great Xia, as well as the power of Great Xia's national destiny. With a stir in his heart, the 9 cauldrons of Kyushu in his hand emitted dazzling, sacred light. The light was like an eternal, unextinguishable flame of civilization, inspiring awe in people's hearts. This was the true power of the 9 cauldrons of Kyushu, and also the power of national destiny fueled by the faith of the myriad people of Great Xia Kyushu. At this moment, Chen Junlin felt that he had truly become the absolute sovereign of Great Xia Kyushu. This sense of absolute control was something he had never experienced before, even during the fusion of the 2 universes. Meanwhile, a glint flashed in Chen Junlin's eyes. He could clearly feel a substantial increase in all his fundamental attributes, which originated from the 9 cauldrons of Kyushu's beneficial effects of co-ruler of all under heaven and radiance of humanity. And now, on his attribute panel, the values for faith power, national destiny power, and renown were all displayed. Faith power, over 500 million. National destiny, basic national destiny over 2.6 billion, boosted national destiny over 1.3 billion. Renown, over 800 million. These were undoubtedly incredibly heaven-defying values. And the 9 cauldrons of Kyushu of Great Xia were truly the undisputed ultimate treasures of humanity, unique ultimate treasures of humanity. Based solely on the current national destiny value of nearly 4 billion, through the attribute effect of co-ruler of all under heaven, this meant that the basic attack and defense of all citizens of Great Xia on Azure Star had simultaneously increased by nearly 4 billion. It's important to note that the attack and defense power of a level 119 alien king is only around 100 million. And this buff effect is constant and can be infinitely enhanced, as long as one does not betray Great Xia, is not stripped of their citizen status by Chen Junlin, and Chen Junlin, as the human emperor, is not eliminated. Incredible! Absolutely incredible! Even Chen Junlin couldn't help but gasp at these exaggerated numbers. The unsealed 9 cauldrons of Great Xia have transformed humanity from a species with inherently weak foundations into one that can instantly rival the various sacred bodies and divine bodies across all the heavens and myriad worlds. And I, as the human emperor, possess unimaginable buff enhancements. Taking another deep breath, Chen Junlin focused his attention on faith power and prestige. Although these 2 values were already astounding, he knew perfectly well that they were still far from their limit. The so-called faith power naturally refers to the degree of faith and worship the citizens of Great Xia hold for him in their hearts. As the one who changed the entire structure of Azure Planet, Chen Junlin's influence on the faith of all Great Xia citizens would naturally not be weak. However, most of them were ultimately only astonished and revered, not yet reaching the level of fanaticism or even daring to sacrifice their lives in their level of faith. Therefore, this faith power can continue to skyrocket. Similarly, prestige signifies the extent of one's fame and authority. Now, almost everyone on Azure Planet knows Chen Junlin's name and is aware that he has become the human emperor. His fame is naturally established, but his authority, he still seems to be lacking a bit. After all, it's like watching a video online and seeing that a certain wealthy individual invested and earned hundreds of billions more. You might be amazed for a moment, but it doesn't actually affect you much, because you can't comprehend what hundreds of billions truly mean. So, your amazement is just amazement, and it's unlikely you'd revere him because of it. The majesty of an emperor cannot be established with just a few words. It requires truly making everyone personally experience it, especially that kind of awe that penetrates deep into the soul, an authority so profound that from then on, they wouldn't even dare to harbor thoughts of resistance. To boost faith and prestige? Thinking of this, the corner of Chen Junlin's mouth involuntarily curved upwards, a plan already forming in his mind. Since he was determined to let all humanity experience his power, and to let their faith and prestige reach their peak,
then he would let everything go utterly wild. Swish! Chen Junlin directly purchased a holographic projection screen, covering the entire sky, from the Myriad Worlds Lucky Shop for a small amount of Myriad Worlds Universal Coins, preparing to let all of humanity on Azure Planet witness this unprecedented miracle. The moment the screen activated, the entire Azure Planet erupted. People were astonished to see Chen Junlin's figure appear on the holographic projection screen. He stood there with a serene expression, as if controlling the power of the entire universe. Oh my God! This is Chen. This is the human emperor. What's going on? A holographic projection covering the entire sky? My heavens, what kind of outrageous high-tech is this? Too incredible. Is this the power of our human race's emperor? Too mighty. Exclamations from across the 9 provinces of Azure Planet echoed in every corner, as everyone was deeply shocked by this sudden scene. And Chen Junlin discovered that such a small display had actually increased his fame and power of faith by over 300 million, and this number was still rising. Fellow humans, since I hold the Great Xia 9 tripods and am the current human emperor, it is my duty to revitalize our race and let the light of our civilization illuminate the entire universe. Chen Junlin smiled on the holographic projection screen, his smile as gentle as a spring breeze, yet full of spirit and majesty. Swish! 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 Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on Chen Junlin in the sky. They saw. Under the gaze of all, Chen Junlin slowly raised his hands, and instruments radiating infinite divine power materialized around him out of thin air. Guqin, bamboo flute, eru, pipa. Every instrument imaginable was there. This scene looked as if this supreme human emperor of Great Xia was about to perform an unprecedented musical extravaganza for Azure Planet. Throughout history, our human race, with an indomitable will, has blazed trails, striven for self-improvement, and created one glorious chapter after another. Today, with this music, I will awaken the soaring ambition in our human bloodline, awaken the pride and courage deeply hidden within our human bloodline. As Chen Junlin's impassioned words concluded, he gently caressed each instrument with his hands. Strings vibrated, flutes played melodiously, arras were stirring, pipas resonated powerfully, war drums beat passionately, and the beautiful melodies of various instruments converged, ultimately forming an earth-shattering, awe-inspiring battle song, "A Man Should Stand Tall." Arrogant laughter, amidst myriad waves. Hot blood, hotter than the red sun. Just the prelude made everyone instantly hold their breath. And as the melody of "A Man Should Stand Tall" resonated across the entire Azure Planet, every human who heard the song felt an intense sense of pride and courage. This music, such strong will. Such domineering aura. Fierce. So fierce. Ah. I feel like the blood in my veins is starting to boil. I want to take on 10 people at once. Inspired by this power, people's blood began to boil, and their faith in human Emperor Chen Junlin grew even stronger. The steadfastness and grand ambition contained within the music seemed to have penetrated deep into the hearts of every human, completely igniting the pride and fighting spirit within all of them. The humans of Azure Planet, amidst this impassioned music, felt an unprecedented surge of passion and excitement. They seemed to witness the history of humanity, the countless struggles of their ancestors, and the indomitable spirit and will that rose repeatedly from failure. Under the holographic projection screen, Chen Junlin's figure appeared even grander, as if he had become the faith of humanity. The passion he ignited, like an unquenchable flame, thoroughly set ablaze every corner of the Azure Planet. Humanity will prevail. Long live humanity. Follow the human emperor, conquer all realms. Follow the human emperor, conquer all realms.